All right, so I can actually begin with the and any Christians want to come up and discuss. So we are going to start, and we're going to start with
Lord,
this.
I shall give these laws unto thy people. Hear me, all hear me, all pay heed. The Lord Jehovah, has given unto you these 10 commandments for all to obey.
Yeah. Welcome.
Brother
Yeah.
Lewis working so hard on to make
No, I had that made from before. Yeah, put together. Thank you for being here. This is the the CSS show, the Caribbean Skeptic Secular show, and we have the lovely Chioma Chichi here as my co-host. Yes, and today we want to talk about the Ten Commandments. Christians always talking about the Ten Commandments. Some Christians and they say, yeah, God did away with the other laws, the ceremonial laws, but when it comes now with the but not the Ten Commandments. But the question is, which Ten Commandments? Which set of Ten Commandments? Hmm. So I would love Christians to come up and explain which set of Ten Commandments they're talking about. Please share the live. Let's send out and bring have people coming in to see if we can get some Christians in here to have this discussion. So let's see if we can share tap. So we just need to tap Peter and share. Send out. I'm also streaming to my the CCSS YouTube channel, the Caribbean Skeptic Secularist channel. So let's get people in here. Let's share. Let's get people in here. Let me see if I can. I may have to go to YouTube too and see if anyone comes there in the comments, etc. So let's tap and get the shares, the likes up, bring people into the conversation, and oh yeah. This will be an interesting discussion because usually when you hear Christians talking about the Ten Commandments, this is the ones here that you see here at the very beginning is the ones that they normally talk about, where it says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain," etc. But then they forgot, they don't realize that there was another set of Ten Commandments. Now, where did the second set come from?
Okay. Hey, by the
Mm-hmm.
way, Phil, I
Yeah.
just saw your boyfriend Puppy in, Rasul, and I sent an invitation for him to come up, but he run away. He like to stalk you.
You like this?
He always stalk.
So I would like Christians to come up because we need to get down to the roots, the nitty gritty of which Ten Commandments they are talking about. Because a lot of them are not aware of two sets. They're actually three sets. And they're not aware, but I'm talking about the two main sets. The third set is similar to the first, but the second set is completely different in 7 points. And I know they're going to ask, where is that? The scripture passages are there, and I have the scripture passages also pulled up in the new RSV, New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition, which is the one that
Phil,
yeah.
I didn't know it had 3 sets of 10 commandments. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, you know
told me
about the two
it.
main,
I thought it was one.
ones, right? Yeah, but there's
Oh yeah, the one that he broke. He come down.
Bro,
the corner and he broke.
and you had to go
and
back.
Then he went back up the hill. That's pretty what I do.
and the ones, the second set that came down, most of it was completely different to the first set, even though God said he was going to rewrite the first set. So this is why we need them to come and explain this contradiction. This is a major contradiction.
Well, that is clear. That is clear signs that he wrote it himself. He went up on the mountain and wrote that himself. I couldn't remember what he wrote in the first one. So that come just like the what do you call it, Joseph Smith, the Mormons.
Yeah.
He had the scriptures
tablets,
and then
the Egyptian tablets.
Is the man
wife.
Is the publisher? The publisher
Right,
wife
the publisher.
stole the first set.
Yeah.
And say, oh, if it is true, well, he's supposed to get
exactly.
reading it. He's translating the tablets. So it's supposed to be identical as this one. And when he went back, the next copy was totally different from the first one. So that was evidence alone that he's writing that, he just making that shit up of his own mind. So that what Moses did.
That's what Moses
did. He made all that shit up and couldn't remember what he wrote in the first one.
Oh my gosh. He cannot remember. Wow. It is really, really, really crazy. Wow. He had memory loss. He clearly something was going wrong on top. Which probably would tell you that he was hearing hearing things. Like the burning bush. Today in today's world, he will have had a psycheval, he'd probably been exposed as schizophrenic or bipolar, having that mental health issue.
I feel like totally the only burning bush Moses come across was that burning he was feeling in his pants right between here, that is the thing what was burning, right?
Yeah.
His bowler was burning.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yes. Ah. Right. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. it just shows you, and he claims, and imagine these two are in the same book. It's not even two separate book. The other set is in Deuteronomy. As I told you, it's similar to Exodus 20, the first set. But both of these are in the same book. It's the second set that he went up to get because he broke the first. Whoa! Wow.
So wickedness could sit on
yeah. That's no
because
problem.
Because it have a bunch of Christian men that like to stalk her,
Yes.
They're upset with her life, so they stalk.
Yeah, let's draw them in because they need to answer this question. They need to. It is crazy. I want to see what mental contortions they are going to come up with for this. It's supposed to be there, especially fundamentalists. Oh, it's the word of God. It has no contradictions. But this is a clear contradiction. They can't even run and say, oh, to the New Testament, say, oh, that's the Old Testament. No. Jesus spoke about the law. So which one was he talking about? Especially that will include the Ten Commandments. So which Ten Commandments was he talking about? Which set? My goodness. It's crazy. Wow. Let's see if they're going to shut their eyes as usual to these things. Or if they're going to waffle. Christians, which Ten Commandments do you subscribe to? I know there's an apologetic for this, but the apologetic is so poor. It does not work. And I'm going to show them when they come with that apologetic why it will not work. But I would love Christians to just come in and request. Let's see. Continue like. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get these likes up. Because I want them to tell me I am puzzled. I am totally puzzled. What is actually going on? It's madness to the highest degree. And then they talk about this God is rational. Come on. Clearly, it don't seem that if this God is actually that rational as they think. At all. Just give me a second. I can make a quick phone call.
Yeah, so Christian men is the worst type of men to go around because you know the misogynistic and they want babies. They're like, women have to submit to me and make babies. I want babies. But they can't support the babies, you know. Yeah, the Christian men and stuff. Terrible men to go around, right? And I believe a lot of these Christian men are very insecure, right? They have nothing going on for them, so they need to oppress women and have women broke. Cause a lot of them say, I don't like educated women. Women supposed to stay home and cook and clean, have no money, right? Because if the woman was educated and have money, she's not going to be with your broke ass, with a tiny bowler, right? So you need to oppress the women in order to force her or manipulate her to stay. Right?
Yeah. It's definitely, you know. Yeah, definitely. Those guys, oh my goodness. Yeah, let me just send this.
These Christian men are suffering with small bowler syndrome, right?
Yeah.
All of them have small bowler syndromes, you know. So this is why they are incels.
Oh yeah.
Incels and nobody want to be with them. The Christian women don't even want to be with them because I see these Christian men bitching and complaining on this app, talking about why these Christian women like bad boys. They like to go after the men and them who not in the church, and they like to go after atheist men, and they're marrying these men who are not Christians. Yeah, because the Christian women don't even want to be with you.
Yeah. Oh yes. Hi, any how is pronounced that? Any owl? Tutu. Welcome.
Anya.
Hi, Jesse. Hi, what's up? We are talking. Please share and like. Let's get some Christians in here. To request to come up to explain which of the Ten Commandments they subscribe to, and because it's kind of confusing. I don't think a lot of them even aware that there are actually three sets, but there are two. Okay, you want to come up and explain? You can request and come up and explain how is it, which one of the two you subscribe. to or Christians subscribe to. I give my life to Christ and took it back today. Oh goodness, I like that one. Oh gosh. Yeah, but if you want to join panel, you can. You know, let's see if any person. Oh my goodness. Ah, let's see. You can request. And yeah,
She will have to request. I
right,
think she on
right.
private because I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
I see her. I
the
see her.
button for
I see
invite.
her. I. You just saw me cracking up. Good afternoon.
I gave my life to Christ, but I took it back this morning. No, it's not been long. I collected it back because I don't know what they're doing with my life. Let me hold it. Let me
Yeah,
hold my
hold
life.
on to your life.
Yes, so let me be sure how my life is going. Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. You're Nigerian?
Yes, I'm Nigerian.
Yeah, your voice sounds a lot like Uchi's.
Yeah, yeah. We're from the same place, almost the same village.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, you have Uchi's voice. Woo, so similar.
So people should ask me. I'm a Christian.
Uh-huh.
You guys should ask me. What are you
Yeah.
asking Christians? I'll answer.
No, your Exodus 20 and 34, asking Christians which 10 commandments to subscribe to, because I'm a bit confused, because they said, oh, it's ceremonial law Jesus got rid of, but the 10 commandments and keep, but which set of 10 commandments? I don't think a lot of Christians are aware there's more than one sect.
Okay. The thing is that I don't understand how Christians claim that God gave Moses the Ten Commandments while it was gotten from the 42 laws of Mats in Egypt.
Yeah, Mahat.
And how did they claim that just right when they left Egypt, that's when Moses now got inspiration for the Ten Commandments? Are they kidding me?
I think he was kind of either schizophrenic or suffering some mental health issue, because
Now
the thing
I'm
is
saying,
he broke the laws, right? The first set he broke, you remember?
yeah.
And then the second set, God said that he was going to give him exactly the same ones that he gave him on the first. But when you look at the second set, 7 out of the 10 things on there are not the same.
My brother, what I'm even saying is that how can you come to my house and see my 10 commandments?
Yeah.
Then on your way out, you now say it's your own commandments. How does that even work? Because it was immediately they left Egypt that they now stole Egypt's own commandments. Like these people,
Correct.
they can't even. When you want to lie, you coordinate your lie very well. You look for a way that even a layman will believe that lie. But they just go around lying as they like. What do they even mean? How can you tell
They
me
lie.
that? Tell me that in the beginning God created heaven and earth, but before that the spirit of God was floating on the waters. Which water again? But he said there was no water, there was no earth. Now,
Yeah, which doesn't
what
make sense.
they just be stressing me out.
But there's some Christians who actually say come up with this thing. Actually, it was a particular pastor that came up with this concept of pre-Adamite, that there was a pre-Adamite race, and that and that's where the chaotic waters came from, and they were destroyed. But there's nowhere in the Bible that even makes that claim that there was the pre-Adamic race that got destroyed or anything. So I
It's
can
not even logically
it's not
possible
logically
because
possible because there were no
how can you
plants, there
tell
was no
me?
food.
Yeah, exactly. What are they eating? Like,
I
I
think
don't know.
Hidden manna
they're
from
doing
heaven.
this the manna from heaven.
Well,
Y'all
I
can
think your mic
continue.
went off.
No, I just sending something here to Afro.
Uh, yeah, those eating manna from heaven. Well, really, what were they actually eating in the desert? It was 40 days and 40 nights they was in the desert. Am I correct? Because I'm not too good on the Bible. I just don't care to read the Bible.
yeah, there were 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah. So, yeah. So what were they eating? Because they wasn't
Manna,
cultivating anything. They wasn't growing food. Where they get water
manna.
from on the desert? Manna. Yeah, stuff was just falling from the heaven.
Yeah, manna from heaven. I don't
Some
know. They're
desert
just so
meat.
annoying. So annoying. They
Maybe
tell you
uh-huh.
about the story of Job. How can you tell me that the Lord was now playing tricks with his
Yeah.
enemy over his child's life?
Yeah. All on the back.
Can you imagine? Why are you even speaking to your enemy? That's the real question. I thought that dude was supposed to be a traitor. Why are you speaking to your enemy?
Like,
That's
you know,
crazy.
it's crazy, and he seems to be among the same sons of God. He was among
Yeah,
them.
because in Job 1 verse 6, they said there was a day when God called all his children for a meeting and the devil was present.
They say Satan was present, and then God called Satan and said to Satan, basically, have you considered my servant Job? It's God who bring up Job. Satan was
Mm-hmm.
just moving. Yeah, first of all, Satan, what have you been doing? Wait, God doesn't really know. Is he supposed to be all knowing? But yeah, Satan, what he has been doing. Satan said to and fro in the earth. And then he said,
Yeah.
God said, have you considered my servant Job? So it's God who bring up the bet.
Mm-hmm.
And then give
Let me now shock
Satan,
you. He went
yeah,
ahead. He went ahead to blame Satan later on and asked Satan,
yeah,
what have my servant remember that when God asked Satan if he has noticed Job, Satan said yes, that Job is only loyal because of the things he's getting from God. So God said, okay, take away everything that he has and but spare his soul. But I think in Job 2 or Job 3, God now still came and blamed devil again. What has this servant of mine done to you that you incite me against him? I don't what's going on.
definitely. What is actually going on? It is ludicrous. And it's honestly it's like a contradiction. It's basically a type of contradiction too. Chichi says Moses was lost.
He was lost because
Yeah.
I went and checked. That was years ago. I went and checked because they say he took 40 days, 40 nights to walk from Egypt over to Israel, right? And I went and checked up but you know how people just do that long distance walking between Egypt and stuff, it's a whole competition thing, right? And I went and look up how long it does take to walk from Egypt to Israel. They say it's about 3 weeks and like 2 or 3 days. That is not 40 days and 40 nights.
Oh, no, not 40 days. They
So
said 40 years. I think
40 years, well, that
or
even make it
longer.
worse.
I think it was 40 years or something. So yeah,
But that even worse.
the length of the number of Israelites that was supposed to have left Egypt, the whole length. That's a massive amount
Yeah,
of
well,
people
the
that
walk they will
got
take
there
about
by
at least,
a few weeks, and
it
that's
will take some weeks, yeah. Some weeks, right? About three weeks and some days to walk from there to there. And for he to be 40 years, when I thought it was 40 nights and 40 days, it was 40 years when he was lost. He was really lost. God
Well,
was not
I
guiding him.
know they had to wander for 40 years in the desert, but I think the time I have to check that. That's a good question because the length of time that they were claiming to walk before they got cursed to walk 40 years in the desert
How
before
long 40 years
crossing.
would be?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because all the people and all the old elders and them, they pass away. They're not lasting 40 years. Those elders walking for so long, them elders pass away. They didn't reach Egypt, right? Like, oh my goodness.
I looked it up. It said
Boss,
it
I think we
was
have somebody.
8 hours in the car.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can drive,
You can
yeah.
drive in here.
8 hours
Yeah,
in
you
a
drive
car.
8 hours. If you walk it, it's 5 days.
Yeah,
So what would they do? What would they do for 40 years?
just moving back and
Hey.
forth.
Hey, look, I got a question. So, in Genesis chapter 2:25 said that I already knew, man already knew that they was naked and they wasn't ashamed of it. But then they come back and say,
Yeah.
when they beat it, whatever, and they come back and say that they knew that they was, now that they knew that
Hey.
they was naked, but they already knew that they was naked.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Chi.
Oh,
All our reality. All our reality. Hi, Jesse, my honey plum. What you're doing? How have you been?
I've been good. I hope. Hey, panel. Hey, host. I hope everybody's well. I just got here, so.
Yeah. You at work or you are just out and about?
Oh no, I'm not at work, and I am out and about in my bed. Relaxing. Finally.
Yeah, but Jesse, I am puzzled, right? This thing I was listening to an audio book that's talking about contradictions in the Bible and so on, and the person that wrote the book, I think he's a linguist, a PhD linguist in Hebrew, and did translations and so on. Right, he was once a Christian, but they pointed out right about these the contradictions in the Ten Commandments. There's actually three sets actually, and a lot of Christians don't know that. They think that there's just one set, which is the
Right.
ones that you will hear that the United States, the Republicans, them as they are, right? It's quoting this first set that you see here: love God and keep His commandments. This one here, but they don't realize there's a second set in the same book of Exodus. The second set is not the same. Yes, they know that. Okay, Moses went back up the mountain after breaking this first set, and then he came back down. They think that the second set is the same as the first. No, there's 7 out of the 10 that is different. Even though God said to Moses he was going to write exactly the same thing that he gave him in the first. So I would love them to come up and explain this contradiction. Hi, Uzi. What's up?
And if I remember correctly, like, go ahead.
I
I was
just
just gonna say,
showed
if I,
Uzi. Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead,
remember
Jesse.
if I remember correctly, one of the differences in the two is one says honor your father and mother, and the other one says fear your mother and father.
Whoa, there's one. There's the third set. The third set is similar to the first. That might be in the third set, which is Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy, I have the scriptures pulled up, so I'm gonna pull it up on screen shortly.
Yeah,
Right? I
but
just want.
I
a
mean, I
Christian
do think
to
that there's a
come.
pretty clear distinction between honoring and fearing.
Yeah, there is clear distinction, very clear. So I want Christians to come up and explain which ones they subscribe to, right? And explain why is it the second set which God said will have been the same as the first is different in 7 out of the 10, completely different. You know, it is crazy. Crazy.
They want it in schools.
Yeah, I want it in school. So which one are they going to put inside the schools? Which set? I know
They're gonna say the real set.
Yeah,
That's
they're
the
going to
kind
say
of-
the real set. Yeah, the mental contortions and some of the excuses. What I found out is some apologists to say the first set was civil, the second set was ritual. No, then God said
Yeah,
He was
there
giving
is,
back the exact same thing He gave in the first. Come on, yeah, you will see.
yeah, they will say some is historical and some will say some is literal. I heard a Christian try to use that as a way of hiding the flaws in these books. When it's convenient to them, they use historical. And then when they it's obvious, they say it's literal. Literal. And this is the reason why Christianity, you are taught not to question. Don't question God's authority. You have to go with discernment. You have to go with the Holy Spirit. Let the Holy Spirit guide you. You have to be filled, because if you're not being filled with Holy Spirit, all those discrepancies you're seeing is gonna at least sway you into the hands of the devil. These are methods they use to control the people. Actually, what Christianity does is disarm you from logics, right? It disarms you and push you into the realms of subjectivity, to which you emotionalize the structure of this ideology, and thus rely on belief. But as I will tell them from time to time, that belief is not knowing. Believed is an illustration that you are ignorant of the fact. And the fact that you're celebrating and giving you're gratifying this belief system, tells me that you are celebrating your ignorance. And it's a problem, because it's not only confined to you. You're going to teach your children this stuff.
And so
And then the
public
children
schools.
going to teach their children. And then the pyramid scheme. Go ahead.
I was just saying, so will public school systems in America.
Oh yes, and the thing is, Jesse, what I love you or me will raise, because I think we were talking, it was on Amadeus Live, where you asked a good question. Why are they focusing on putting 10 commandments in school but ignoring free lunches for children who are hungry, who will be in the school system?
Yep. I can't, like, to me at that point it's a belief and a faith that's so empty and fake to want to make effort to put the Bible and 10 Commandments in schools, but not free lunches, and to actively vote against free lunches. At that point, it doesn't work. They shouldn't be putting those things in schools when they don't even work in the church and outside of the schools. And they need to be focusing more on the actual children's well-being, their actual well-being.
That's it. But they don't really, we know they don't really care about these children. Even when it comes to the abortion issue, they don't care about the children. They just claim they care, but after the children are born, they don't care two hoops. So it's
Well,
not
then
really about the
born
children.
KY or disabled.
Yeah, or disabled. Yeah, those are things that are more pertinent and need to be focused on. Making sure children have a lunch at lunchtime, so they can concentrate in class. They're and put funds into actually um, doing these social services, what we call social services. But they will focus on 10 commandments. That goes nowhere. A lot of them don't even keep the Sabbath. And Sabbath is not even a Sunday. So it is ridiculous. And those laws are not moral laws. When we look at them, and we look at them a little more closely, because a lot of them, they claim they're moral, they're not moral.
But Rev, would you say that the Sabbath is plagiarized?
I don't know if it plagiarized. Maybe you mean from Christians? Christians plagiarize the Sabbath.
Yeah, they take it from. Remember the people who used to worship god of Saturn, Saturnalia.
Oh,
They
yeah,
also had the Sabbath.
yeah. Oh, okay. Because I know, well, the Saturday is normally based on Saturn. The is the Roman god, the Saturn Roman god. It's very likely we'll see.
Saturnalia. Yes.
But we know that a lot of these things here were also taken from the laws of Mahat. The other laws in Deuteronomy and Exodus, a lot of them were taken from the Code of Hammurabi. It's basically a regurgitation of other laws, right? And a bastardization, I would say, yeah, whitewashed history. The laws, they take these laws from other mythologies. And the Code of Hammurabi, of course, was in Babylon, which means that Moses didn't write those codes because it was taken from Babylon during the captivity. When they were in captivity, they would have learned about the Code of Hammurabi, etc. So, and then make it look as if we put it back to Moses' time.
And what I was saying is, like, can you imagine religion being taught in the same schools that are still teaching whitewashed history?
Yeah, it's crazy. And then are they going to allow other religions to be taught? Religious, basically through religious education. If they can put the Ten Commandments, they got to put the Bhagavad Gita commandments in there. The thing, but no, the problem is Christianity always love to have their way. They love to impose themselves on everybody else. They will be able to castigate Islam, but they are in the same boat. They're doing the same thing. They might not be unaliving people, but they're trying to force their religion down people's throat and marginalize persons.
Yeah, children
Yeah.
shouldn't be exposed to religion at all. Not prayer, not saying grace, not going to church. They need to be able to have the capacity to make their own religious decisions. And if you're introducing these things while they're still developing, you've already made their mind up for them. And
Yeah.
we're already lacking in critical thinking in college age children right now. So I think that there's a level of critical thinking necessary. And
Yeah.
in order to give them the best chance, they shouldn't be exposed to it at all.
Yeah. Because
Oh, dear.
the prefrontal cortex, I think Reverend gonna know much about that. The prefrontal cortex, they become fully developed at the age of 25. And if you're conditioning these children at a very early age into the belief system, you're actually curtailing their critical thinking skills. Because believing is sometimes you have to look at the truth and just act and deny the truth while holding on to your beliefs, and you don't question. And that's going to be problematic because you're confusing their minds there, especially when they're questioning things, because children are going to be curious. They're going to be very much investigative. They're going to explore. They're going to explore many things. And if you're curtailing their mentality, then you're subduing their ability or disarming their ability to think critically.
But see, don't forget, they always love to say, oh, in Proverbs, where they quote Proverbs, not to lean to your own understanding, and all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct their path. You know that quotation.
Yeah.
But yet, the contradiction is that God said, "Come, let us reason together." reason. The major contradiction.
Once yes, once your view varied from theirs, immediately they cut you off. I was thrown out of a panel this morning because I mentioned that I'm not a believer really. I don't use belief as a means to an end. So they asked me to explain. And I gave them the contrast between believing as a means to an end and belief as a catalyst to attain knowledge. Right away they consider me atheist. And therefore I should not be in the panel. But before I leave, before they got rid of me, I told them that sometimes you have to accept that there are going to be oppositional views or dissenting views, and therefore, in order for you to hold your faith, you need to at least counter those views. But they don't want that.
Agree. I agree. And until we can do that, it's going to be even harder to come to like secular conclusions amongst like societal issues or gain understanding amongst each other. You don't have to be an atheist and you don't have to be a Christian to be able to look at things objectively and even through a secular lens and be able to come up with understanding better, and you can come up with, conclusions that you can then like have more conversations about. But there's already like a mental block there when it comes to having discussions about how it's being deployed in society, how their religion is being deployed in society, because that's how they make their decisions. Be damned if it affects anybody else. So they can't even have conversations a lot of the time without leaving that at the door. I can't hear you, Shane. There you go.
Hey, Cat.
Hey, Kat.
Morning. Cat must be typing away at work. How are you, Cat? Yeah, she probably typing. Yeah, but it is you see, critical thinking is what debunks a lot of religious stuff and expose the harmful effects and the harmful beliefs of these religions, right? Especially Christianity and the Abrahamic religions. And they don't like that at all. That's why they're trying to shut down critical thinking, trying to even control the social media,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yep, because people are becoming disobedient to them.
Oh,
They wanna
yeah.
be-
It's all about control and it amounts to FAC. And you finish the rest. It's similar to Mustache Man, what he did. And that's what's going on. And people who are seeing it needs to really protest and continue putting on the government under pressure to try to halt I would call it the onslaught from these Christian theocratics. And we know from history what happens when religion takes over a country completely. Causes serious harm, very serious harm, and everybody else suffers, including other people within the same, quote unquote, within the same religion, because of the large the number of different beliefs, micro beliefs that they have that conflict. That's why we got 54,000 different denominations. Yeah, so please tap, share the live. I want to have some Christians to come in, explain this, which one they subscribe to.
Hey guys, hi Phil.
Hi,
How are
Kat.
you?
I'm good, thanks.
Hi Lucy. How are you today?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if his bars, sometimes his bars. Um,
Oh,
we'll
Phil, I
see.
was on a live this morning,
Yeah.
and this guy got on there talking about he was Rastafarian Bayesian and talking all this pretending stuff about how uh the indigenous people there, he was indigenous, right? And they were there before Columbus, and something about these people helped Columbus sail to India and all this. And I said, what? He said, well, if you guys don't believe me, I'm not for sure. I'm kind of a bit confused about how Africans got to Barbados anyway, because we've been there forever. We're indigenous. I'm indigenous. And he wanted to know how the Africans got there. And I was like, oh my God, I wish Phil could get a hold of you with all this confused history you got.
Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I will have, yeah, I will have let up in him because these that means he skipped school. He skipped. He probably got put out of school early, or he left. He didn't pay no attention in school at all because we teach these things of how the both in the sociology and history, the African slave trade, how we got here, how black people got into the Caribbean, even into America, right? Where they come from. So, oh my goodness, you'll find that these guys like that when you hear them talk like that, they didn't pay attention in school. They
Well,
probably
he
were not
was
going to
He
class.
said he was a Rastafarian, and I said, you had too much of the devil's lettuce
But
too, cause you can't even speak a straight sentence.
but the thing is, Cap, is that we have had a Rastafarian who have gone to university, who talks about sociology, who talks about history, and they know how we got here. And one of them was a doctor, a professor at the university. It is the Rastafarians that the ones that don't pay attention in school, that just join the religion foolishly and think that they don't have to pay um, attention to education. We've had Rastafarians who have been teaching at college, teaching art, right? So
So
you'll
it's
find
like
that
with
those
everything
guys,
else,
yeah,
you have those who don't believe in education.
yeah, and that's
Like
the
with
main
every
problem.
other sect of people, yeah.
Yeah,
It
those
is sad.
Rastafarians that don't like education, there's called schools and anything to do with government or anything. They say Babylon system.
Yeah, yeah,
Is
background
that what
system.
they mean by Babylon system?
Yeah,
That's what I mean. When it says that when it comes to education and policies like laws that put in place by the government to protect the society, they call it Babylon system because they want to be
Oh
able to do
yeah,
whatever they want.
yeah. I know they said the judge and the police and all that is Babylon. Education. Wow. Well, he was one then, Chichi. This morning, he was one of those that don't believe in Babylon system because he was talking really crazy. But you know what? I noticed about a lot of these people, they be inebriated when they get on TikTok. They get elevated and then they get on TikTok and talk crazy.
And they always
My
high.
wife is an extremely
They be high and
Yeah,
coming and talking a whole bunch of crazy stuff and think the song is deep
or drunk
and
like your
educated and all
friend.
sorts of nonsense.
Drunk like your good friend. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, definitely. It's crazy, right? So you will find a lot of those guys who drop out, some of those guys who drop out of school, who didn't pay attention in school, they have no excuse. I keep telling people, if you hear a Caribbean person coming talking like that, they dropped out of school, because we teach how about Caribbean slavery. We teach about the transatlantic slave trade. We teach about even the how slaves end up in America too, right? Both Caribbean and America, and they have no excuse. It's just that they chose not to pay attention at school.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of them. I don't know, this younger generation
Pretendians.
behind me, they do not value education, and that's so weird because, like, with my parents and my grandparents, education was at the forefront of everything, right?
Yeah,
When I was coming up, nobody wanted to be dumb. Everybody wanted to be educated. And these
correct.
people, they scoff at education. I don't understand that. I don't know where they think they're gonna get in life. And these
Correct.
people with that scoff at
Absolutely.
education. I don't understand that. I don't know where
Absolutely.
they think they're gonna get in life. And these
Correct.
people with that
Correct.
scoff at
Absolutely.
education. I don't understand that. Chichi, I was
Absolutely.
laughing the other day. There was this woman, you know, Trump is cutting off all the social programs to give all this money, EBT card and all that, right? And there was a woman on here. She was laying across her kitchen counter crying, talking about, how I'm gonna feed my kids. She was laying across her kitchen counter crying, EBT. And she forgot to close the cabinet behind her. She had 4 of those Stanley cups that cost like $60 a piece. She had 4 of them in the cabinet, and everybody was like, you better sell off those Stanley cups you got. She had 4 of them in the cabinet.
I saw the video cap and I commented on her video and say, well, you know, you voted for that. Like, what are you crying about? It's supposed to be happy. I saw the video cap
That
and I
woman was
commented on her video
literally
and say, well, you
shedding
know, you
tears, and
voted
I
for
said,
that. Like, what are
you could
crying
have been
about?
buying some groceries with that Stanley Cup money.
Oh yeah.
Cap, you saw the black man, the African American man saying how why Trump cut the affordable care,
Oh yeah.
right? The affordable care and the health care. And he said why he only voted for Trump to get rid of the Obamacare. And they tell him that is the affordable care. You know, he said why did they name it Obamacare? They did not name it Obamacare. That is what the Trump administration did that. It's got called it Obamacare. So he actually voted against the affordable health care. That was he wouldn't get his diabetic medication. So he actually voted against the affordable health care.
Oh wow.
See, they don't realize because people started calling it Obamacare and they didn't know that the real name is Affordable Care, right? That is too funny. He voted to get rid of Obamacare, but there's been a lot of people like that. They didn't realize that Obamacare, the official name is Affordable Care Act. And that diabetic medication, I know down there they don't charge a lot for it, but up here, it's expensive. It really is. Even just if you have the pills, if you 30 pills is like $30, but if you if you don't have income or whatever, you just stick to work, $30 can be a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have income or whatever, you just that is wild. And if you have to take injections, that's a whole nother ball game. If you don't have income or whatever, you that
They
is
usually
wild.
have
And
to
if you have to take injections, that's a whole nother
take
ball game. If you don't have income or whatever, you
they usually have
and
to
if you have to take
they usually have
injections,
to
that's a whole nother
take
ball
the
game.
insulin injection. You know?
You
They
do.
usually have to they usually have to
Yeah, and another thing,
insulin injection.
Right. And I know in other countries, when you buy the insulin, when you get the insulin, they automatically give you your needles, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But here you have to buy the insulin part.
Sometimes, but if you go to hospital, they give you a pack of 10, but you got to purchase the rest.
No,
They're
you
not
have to purchase
expensive.
it all year.
Yeah.
They don't give you, and a lot of things now we have those dial pins. So all you have to do is buy the needle that fits on the tip of the pen, and those are more than the syringe needle. So all you have to do is buy the needle that fits on the tip of the pen. But you can't, that dial pin, you have to have insurance to buy that thing because it's like $500 a month. But you can't, for a month worth of insulin, it's like $500. So if you don't have insurance, you won't be buying that thing. For a month worth of insulin, it's like $500.
Oh my
so
God.
if you don't have insurance, yeah, isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, that's a lot of money. For the insulin and then the needles apart. Yeah, isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, that's a lot
That
of
is
money.
crazy.
For the insulin and then the needles apart. Yeah, isn't that
You
ridiculous?
see there,
Yeah.
they would rather spend money,
For the insulin
a lot of money on military. You
yeah.
see there, the weapons, they would rather take care of a lot of money on military. Up there, you see there, the weapons, take care of the people. And then you have stupid people who don't realize. They say, oh, the government should not pay for that, but the people. You're paying taxes. People don't realize. So your taxes should go into that. Providing universal health care, and the more healthy nation you have, the better it is because then you make you contribute to universal health care, and the more healthy nation you have, the better it is because then you make you contribute to universal health care, and the more healthy nation you have, the better it is because then you make you contribute to universal health care.
What? Come up here, my matters. What are you talking about?
Okay.
What? Come up here, my matters.
Yeah,
What are you
Nigerian
talking about?
president. Okay. Give them 24.
What? Come up here, my
Yeah, Nigerian president. Okay.
Oh, the YT
Give them
people.
24.
It's not only the Nigerian president that doing that. It have a lot of other countries also saying if come to deport their people, well, they're going to deport American citizens that live in their countries also. If come to deport their people,
Yeah, well, one good time deserves another, right?
Yeah.
if come to deport their people,
Yeah, well, one
Yeah, but what's going on, Rev? Peace and blessings to all the family. Let me tell you this right now. When it come down to the Ten Commandments, we are letting these damn 10 rules that basically for sketching a thing of stone. When it comes down to the Ten Commandments, we are letting this damn all these rules. Let's keep it real. That basically for sketching a thing of stone.
Can you give your age?
We are letting this damn all these rules. Let's keep it real.
I know him.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, damn, this is Blackwing, bro. We friends.
Oh,
Let's keep it real.
I
I
know.
haven't been a long time. I haven't been a long time.
This is Blackwing,
That's
bro.
what
We
happened.
friends.
Sorry.
Oh, you get it all the time.
I haven't been a long time.
No, I'm really going like this though, right? Let me say this. How many adulterers?
Oh, you get it all
How
the
many
time.
adulterers we have in this country, let alone this world? No, I'm really going like this though, right? Let me say this. Hell, we said, here's the thing, how many adulterers we have in millionaires send kids off to be unalived for a war that's pointless. Let's keep, repeat this again. Here's the thing, millionaires and billionaires, instead of sending their own freaking kids to sign up for the war,
Yeah.
who they send and endorse the war? Instead of sending their own
The
freaking
flag.
kids
Well, the
to sign up
the
for the
Romans
war.
used to call it flag.
Let's just say, here's the thing. Thou shalt not steal. How many things we have in this country?
Including Orange Man.
Scam artists, damn investment, damn scams, pyramid schemes, all this stuff. People made America. This was physically Native American. Scam artists. How many persons in this life was an Avon lady?
I know the Avon.
Ain't that a pyramid scheme?
Yeah.
One of the most famous, right?
I know the Avon. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go this. Ain't that interesting? That's stealing somebody's money because guess what? You're still paying into somebody. You literally basically gotta bring somebody in and you get a commission off of that. Dude, this country was built off lying, cheating, and stealing. Bring somebody in you get a commission off of that. Thou shalt not covet, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie. Like seriously, we literally go 2 commandments just for that. 2 commandments. So I'm literally going over this. Let me say this. How many people say goddamn? I know I do. We literally go 2 commandments just for that. I know I do. So I'm literally going don't use God's name in vain. How many people say goddamn? I know I do.
They're using Lord's name in vain as far as they
I know I do. But damn it, the shame of going this. How many people use Jesus' name and God?
Yeah.
I'm still wondering this. I'm still wondering this to this day. The Bible is the perfect example of this. I'm still wondering this day. The Last Supper, all these dudes were white. Every single last one, including Jesus. Perfect example. How you in the desert all your life and still stay white? The Last Supper, all these dudes were white. Every single last one. Believe in the false prophet. How you in the desert all your life and still stay white? So technically, America has really basically broke every single commandment that's been written in the Bible. Plus more. Technically, America has
how many of them said their baby goats and the mother's milk or bathed? How many of them said their baby goats and the mother's milk? They don't realize that there are 3 sects of Ten Commandments.
Dude, I really think that's still. Here's the thing. I really think when Moses went up to the hill and basically got the commandments from God, mind you. Here's the thing, though. I really think when he got the commandments, I really think it was more than one on that list. He only brought 10 down. Mind you. Here's the thing, though. When he got the commandments, I really think it was more than one on that list. He only brought 10 down.
When Moses break this first set here, God said, again, bring it up on the screen. Just don't feel. God said, He's going to give back Moses. God said, again, that up on the screen thing that He gave him at the beginning. When you read the second set, He's going to give back, which is the Exodus 34. Exodus 34, you realize what's going on. Some of those things don't line up. Some of those commandments don't line up in the verse. You realize what's going on. So I want Christians to tell me on their subscribe in the verse. You realize why are they ignoring that they subscribe to one? I want Christians to tell me why is it that there's a difference in why are they ignoring that they subscribe to one? And which really is it really why is it that and then there's a major contradiction because God says He's going to give back and which really is it really why so and then there's a major contradiction.
The one that really gets on my nerves. Thou shalt not judge.
So now and come up. We don't do keyboard warriors here. Come up in chat and say your position. And come up.
I'm literally going to when it comes down to being down for not judge. How many people basically on this app, let alone in real life, have been judged to live their life? I'm thinking this: if you want to basically hold another person accountable for theirs, you should hold your account. You should hold yourself accountable. I'm thinking this: if you want to basically here's the thing. I can't say that basically I can't say that LGBTQA is committing the biggest sin because guess what? I'm a sinner myself. I had sex before marriage. I can't even say that LGBTQA is committing the biggest sin. So I can't really hold myself accountable myself. No, I really don't hold myself accountable, but I'm another person fucking lives. So I can't really hold myself accountable myself. No, I feel like this. How another person fucking lives.
And we see it. Yes, please.
Like I'm just talking about spinning you wanna spin history to fit your ideas.
Yes, I have.
Which history?
Yeah,
Which history? There's talk about history like the whole globe, the whole world have the same history. Which history you're talking about? Which history? Because that is not my country history. I don't know what you're talking about. The whole globe, the whole world have the same history. Which history you're talking about? Which history? Because that is not
Come up and say which history and prove me wrong. Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. Bring the proof. Bring the evidence. Prove me wrong. Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. Unless you're a Christian, but prove me wrong. Because I think you have been in Thinkers Live before. Unless you're a Christian, but prove me wrong. Right? Come on, explain. Thinkers Live. Let me hear your mental contortion to this discrepancy here. Come on, explain.
by the way, I saw those videos that Blackwing will be posting and stuff. I saw what he be posting with those big big booty girls and stuff, you know. Blackwing will be posting and stuff. I saw what he be
It's just big girls. Everybody know Pierce. That's my weakness. Everybody know I like big girls. Everybody know that's my shit. I'm not. I'm sorry. It's just. It's my.
I'm not against it for that because I'm a big girl, so I be laughing.
I'm not. I'm sorry. It's just the fact that this right when it comes down to basically when it comes down to America living based on their lives of Christianity, you're not going to leave this earth unclean. You're not going to come down. I want to repeat this again. You're not going to leave this earth unscathed and unclean. You can try to live by these 10 commandments. These 10 commandments. As well as the unclean. You can try as well as the laws of the land that's based on these 10 commandments. Because every law in this country, every law in this world is basically based on these 10. As well as the laws of the land that's based on these 10 commandments.
Because then you look at it, the online thing is based on
thou shalt not kill.
That was there before because remember these laws different for the Hammurabi based on from before the what's it called now. I know about the other code, but a lot of these come from the code the Hammurabi and so on, and they were around long before these were co-opted by the Arabi and so on, and they were around Israelites, right, by in the captivity at the time. So but there's some there. Because you will find that there are civilizations who recognize that unaliving persons is not a good thing, right? And but I've made such laws in the coast, knowing these and also some of these were made before the Israelites codified, put them in some sort of code. Some of these were made before the Israelites codified, because they don't have thou shalt, not have the Israelites codified, thou shalt, they don't not have no other gods before me, thou shalt have no other gods before me, etc. A lot of countries don't have other gods before me, and they don't have the Sabbath, they don't have before me, etc. A lot of countries don't have competent, and they don't have the Sabbath, they don't have some people not very have laws competent, and they don't have the same person. That would be more of a personal thing, more so on law against the country. That would be more of a personal thing. Let me try something. I can bring up the verses because they have them here. Let me try something. I can bring up the verses. I got them here. Right. Let me try something. Here and go through them because here I am a bit I would love to know and go through them because where's my here I am right. A bit so these are the three places where you'll find the 10 commandments. Deuteronomy 5:1-21 is similar to places where you'll find Exodus 30. Exodus 20 is similar to but Exodus 34, which is the second set. That was supposed to replace the first set that got broken. There are 7 laws in there, 7 of the 10 commandments that are completely different. There are 7. So let's go to Exodus 20 commandments. Let me put this up on my Google full screen. So let's go to Exodus 20 commandments. Where is it now? Come. I don't want all of that. So let's go to let me see. Right now. Come. I don't want all of that. Not that. Wait, where is it? Oh, I have to reduce the right. Sorry. I don't want all of that. Not that. Or the passage. You're right. So the passages are here. Not that. Or the passage. I think everyone could see there now. Right. So this is Exodus 20, right? The Lord spake all those words. So this is these words, and this is the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, which is right now the best translation. All those words. So this is these words, and this is the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, which is right now the best translation. Gosh. It says, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. 2. You shall not make for yourselves an idol, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Actually, the God contradicted anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth. God contradicted himself here. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the 3rd and the 4th generation of those who reject me, but showing steadfast love to the 1000th generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. Then you shall not make any wrongful use of the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not acquit anyone who misuses his name. Wrongful use of the name of the Lord. I tell you. The Lord will not acquit anyone who misuses his name. Let's see how many that is so far. We have 1, 2, I tell you, 3. 4th one, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is Sabbath to the Lord your God. You shall not do any work. You, your son, or your daughter, your male, or say your male, or female, your livestock, or the alien resident in your town. Male or female slave, livestock, or the alien resident, your livestock, or the alien resident in your town. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them. But rest is the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and consecrated it. Sea and all that is in them. 5. Honor your father and your mother. Therefore the Lord, so that your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Honor your father and your mother. Therefore the Lord, so that 6. You shall not murder in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. 7. You shall not commit adultery. 8. You shall not steal. 9. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. 10. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female. You slave. Slavery is all about slavery. Or donkey, male, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Your neighbor's wife, actually the wife, male or female slave, or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor is belongs to your neighbor. They are property. The wives were seen as property. Male or female slave property. Ox is property. All group into that set there. The wives were seen as property. Good. So when all the people heard the witness, the thunder and lightning, the sound, the trumpets and smoking, and were afraid and trembled and stood at a distance and said to Moses, speak to us, and we will listen, but do not let God speak to us. Moses said, do not be afraid.
Respect, can I comment in?
Speak to us, and we will listen, but hold on 1 minute. Moses said, good. Sir, can you give me your age?
Hold on. 65.
Okay, good. Are you a Christian?
I'm a believer, but I'm not a Christian and Muslim.
Right, so you are a believer in the God of the Bible, right?
No, I believe in the God. Let me answer you, the God,
Right,
not the God of the Bible or the Quran.
Reverend,
So, no, I believe in the God. I believe in the God. I believe there is a creator, and I believe that ever since we breathe in this air, we on his time. That's my So let me ask you something.
Subscribe to this.
And I believe that ever. Okay, let me ask you.
No.
On his
You
time.
don't subscribe to this.
So let me ask you something. Bro, can I ask you a question?
No. Sir, hold on. Well, there's a reason why I'm asking. Do you subscribe to these 10 commandments?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, I want to speak with persons who are
we talking about the Bible.
we talking about the Bible, the 10 commandments.
Can I give you my opinion on the Bible? Can I? We're talking about the Bible.
We're talking about the 10 commandments here, and why is it that some Christians subscribe to this
Yes, sir.
and not to the other 10?
Yes,
And
sir.
not
Let me
with the other 10.
Let me respond. It seems like we do have a problem with slavery, and I totally agree with you. But this is my conclusion. I'm finished. I believe that the Creator, if He made slavery, if He made the people, He could do what He want, when He want, how He want to do it. There's nothing me and you can do about it. Period. Let's just talk about it. That's if He made the people, He could do it when He want, how He want to do it.
Wait, no,
There's
but
nothing
Phil,
me and you can do
that,
about
what
it.
he said there, that means he subscribes to the Bible. Listen, hold on, strong. Beside, right? Which means he subscribes to the Bible, right? Because the biblical God, right? He is the one that say, oh, okay, subscribes, right? So if you agree with that, if you say you believe in a God, right? But you say your God created slavery, which is religious text you are prescribed to. Right? But to tell you that your God created slavery. I can say I have a God, which is not the biblical God, but my God say here was slavery is wrong. But you say yours is right. So which means you prescribe to the biblical God.
So you're asking me or you're telling me what I'm
My God say here was slavery is wrong. But you say
and what your belief is.
I think this guy's slow. Yes, we to have a conversation with this guy.
Yes, ma'am. So let me say,
Sir,
yes, sir.
you're having conversations for Christians to come up and
So let me
explain why is it that they think thank you, and you can continue typing in the chat. And but we want Christians
If I had,
thank you. Respect, consent, respect boundaries. No, right. So let's continue. Respect, consent.
Yeah, we're not giving no
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We're not talking about your God, but your God seems to be a effing despicable piece of what comes out through the bottom. As long as that God supports slavery,
We was not even talking about slavery and
correct. You know, he say, because it says there about your male and female slaves, and he coming to defend slavery as a black man. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you. We don't defend that here whether a God created or didn't. Shame on you. If a God did exist and did create any such, and you're supporting and he supports it, middle finger to that God or to that creator. No. Yeah, don't play games. Right, so so this is the first set. Now the second set down here, which is Exodus 34. Right, Moses makes 2 tablets. Listen to this. The Lord said to Moses, cut 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and they will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets, which you broke. Be ready in the morning and come up in the morning to Mount Sinai and present yourself there to me on the top of the mountain. Right? No one shall come up with you, and no one, and do not let anyone be seen throughout all the mountain, and do not let flocks or herds graze in front of that mountain. And do not let anyone be seen. Nonsense. To the ass, this guy talking about. You want to let the flocks come and graze there. Anyways, as that them do him anything. So Moses cut 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and he rose early in the morning and went on Mount Sinai as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tablets of stone. The Lord descended in the cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed the name, the Lord, which is actually Adonai, right? Which then some people translated as Jehovah, but it's not Jehovah, it's the Lord. The Lord passed before him and proclaimed, the Lord, Adonai, Adonai, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and bounding in steadfast love and faithfulness, keeping steadfast love for the 1,000th generation. Wow. Forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, yet by no means clearing the guilty, but visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children to the 3rd and 4th generation. Mind you, this is also a contradiction, because there's another part that says God don't do that to the children. Anyway, that God is a major contradiction. And Moses quickly bowed down to the ground and worshipped. He said, now I have found favor in your sight, my Lord, I pray, let my Lord go with us. Although this is a stiff-necked people, pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. The covenant renewed. He said, I hereby make a covenant before all your people. I will perform marvels such as I have not done in all the earth. Alright. Hi, Afro. He said, I hereby make a covenant before all your people. Yes, Afro. Such as I have not done in all the earth. Hi, Chicago, John. Welcome. We're talking about this. Let me see. This might make them laugh. We're talking about this. Let me see. This might make them laugh.
All pay heed. The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 15. Pay heed. The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 15.
Right. But we're talking, there are 2 sets. There are 2 sets of 10 commandments. So he just went through the first set. Christians are not aware that the second set, this one in hi Afro. You like that one? Christians are not aware that you like that set, this one in hi Afro. Let's burn Chicago.
I thought there was about 600 of the laws.
We talking about the 10, you know, the Christians love to talk about the 10 commandments. You say, oh, the others, the ceremonial law, etc. Hi, Chicago.
I gotta let everybody mob.
Oh, God. We're not hearing Chicago. You sound muted, even though it says your mic unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you, Chicago.
Check your mic settings and see.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Yeah, I hear you.
We still not hearing you. Wait, let me try turning off your mic and turn it back on. We still not hearing. Turn it back on now and see if it's turning off your mic.
That's what.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Now we can hear you, Chicago.
I just had to come and like I gotta let everybody mods know. I know you're one mod. That
Yeah, now we can hear you.
So
Right, I know.
I just had to come and like I gotta let everybody tell Chichi one mod. Chichi, I'm Christian, okay?
He's not Christian. He was never was. Chicago is Chi. Yeah.
Chichi, I can unblock now.
No, block. Don't block. Nah, Chicago. Yeah.
Hey Capricorn, hey UC Rodriguez.
My profile.
Oh. Yeah, he's not a Christian. Chicago does the advert and helping atheist content creators with TikTok advert and
Chicago is my boss.
Yeah.
He's my big boss. He's my big boss on the TikTokers. Chicago is my boss.
Yeah.
He's my big boss. He's my big boss on the TikTokers.
Yeah. Chicago yesterday, I was listening to there's an audiobook, Afro audiobook on the contradictions in the Bible. I think the same person that wrote the online Skeptics Bible. I think the same person that wrote showing contradictions and so on. The online actually I think he had a PhD on linguist in Hebrew translation and probably too. So he brought up the two sets of Ten Commandments. There are three, but the two sets that contradict each other is mainly in the third set in Deuteronomy. Is close to the first, but this is supposedly the second set that God give back Moses and them, right? So he said he will give back Moses the same set, right? What he told them when he brought. He will give back Moses. Right, like fine. We'll write on the tablets the words that were on the former. Right, what he told them. Right, so the former will be in the ones that is well known by Christians about these ones here, which is don't have any idols. The Lord your God, you shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make yourself an idol. Right, these common ones which the Christians love to say those are the 10. But a lot of them seem not to be aware of the they seem not to be aware of the other set, even though they said yes, Moses went back up and had to rewrite the Ten Commandments. They think that is still this, but there are 7 out of the 10 that does not match to this initial one, which God said He was going to give back the exact wording, right? To the ones that He which God said He was going to did, right? The ones that He got initially, right? So my question is, Christians, which of the two sets do you subscribe to? And it's a contradiction. This is a major contradiction. I would love to hear how they work themselves around and contortions around. And it's a contradiction. How do they solve this problem? I've heard one apologetic, and still it doesn't work, because that verse here disproves that apologetic that they want to give and say the first one was civil and this second set was ritual. When God said to Moses, cut 2 stones of stone and that He will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets which you broke. And actually it was stone. He didn't write them the second time, which he also lied. He told Moses to write them down on the tablets. Anyway, this God is full of contradictions. He also lied. So we are now looking at the second set, right? He said, observe what I command you today. See, I will drive out before you Amorites, the Hittites, etc. Take care not to make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land which you are going, or it will become a snare to you. Rather, you shall tear down their altars or standings. There break the pillars. Pillars is standing stones, which is supposed to be a connection between the earth and their realm, the God's realm, which this God still allows standing stones with Jacob setting up a stone. That was a standing stone. Which this God cut down, but it was not it was to God, not to Israel, so he had no problem with that. And cut down their sacred poles, for you shall worship no other gods, because the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. You shall not make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land for which they prostitute. So it's a little more detailed there. So this is somewhat similar to the one where he said, you have no other idols, no other gods before me, or have any idols. And you shall take no boys, etc. So this is completely different to what, this part, that God didn't say that in the first. About the idols, about not having any gods before then, yeah. But it is like that as addition. You shall not make calf idols. Yeah, that was the first. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. This is not in the first. You shall not make right. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread as I command you at the time appointed in the month of Abib. For in the month of Abib you came out from Egypt. Then the other one is all that first opens the womb is mine. All your male stock, the firstborn of cow and sheep. Wow. The firstborn donkey you shall redeem with a lamb. Huh? Will you redeem the firstborn donkey with a lamb? That's so. Or if you will not redeem it, you shall break its neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem. No one shall appear before me empty-handed. Yeah, 6 days you shall work. Okay, that's similar to what you said in the other first set, right? You shall rest. The 7th day you shall rest, even in plowing time and harvest time you shall rest. You shall observe the festival of weeks. That was not in the first. Right? 3 times in a year all your males shall appear before you, Lord God. That is not in the first. For I will cast out nations before you and enlarge your borders so that your borders. No one shall covet your land. Then you appear to go before then you go up to appear before the Lord your God 3 times in the year. Yeah, terrible. Covetousness, not coveting your neighbor's wife and ox and so on. And slaves, male and female slaves, but no, that's not there. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven. That is not in that first set. The best of the first fruits of your ground you shall bring to the house of the Lord your God. That's not in the first set. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. That is not in the first set. So Christians, come on, this is confusing. This is what was supposed to be it's supposed to have been the same as the first set. God said that here. Please come up and make this make sense. Yeah, Afro. Yeah, you see. Yo, I can come back.
It's supposed to be the replica of the first set.
Yeah.
But set is a different story in the second set. It's supposed to be the replica of the first set. And this is an illustration why we ought to question this book.
Yes.
Yeah. This is an illustration why we ought to question this. Because if God is saying that I'm going to refresh you with the new with the commandment that is bear the same information that you have with the new with the commandment that you get a different outcome, then something is wrong. Yeah.
Something is wrong. And we see they can't even say, oh, it's in a different book.
You get a different outcome.
Right? They can't even use that excuse. This is in the same Exodus, and it's the one it's saying is the one that Moses taught, which is the first set. This is in the same Exodus. It is replaced with the same thing. So they can't even go to that, which is the first set.
Exactly. So there's no excuse there.
No excuse. So they
can't even
No excuse whatsoever. Afro, you want to comment?
Exactly.
Then
So
for
there's no
Apple,
excuse there.
yeah, go ahead.
No, my question is, what has any of this got to do with us in 2025? Once upon a time, a Sky Daddy spoke to somebody in the ear, write down his thoughts. Once upon a time, him and Sky Daddy were having a conversation, and let's not forget, the man in question was a murderer on the run. Him and Sky him and God were having a conversation. Please, what has that got to do with us? And why do we have to live our lives according to the conversation that this guy has with his Sky friend? And why do we have to live? I mean, sorry, go on. What I'm trying to say is, it's okay if some people want to believe that, that's fine. But to then bring this to us and expect us to live by these laws, there's something wrong with that. But to then bring and then to impose it on people. A lot of children were born thinking that, oh, God gave 10 commandments.
Yeah.
And then to impose it on people. 10 commandments were born thinking that, oh, God
That's the thing, because you will know when we grew up in Sunday school, grew up in church, you know the only 10 commandments they used to tell you about is this first set here. They don't tell you about the second. They used to tell you about and the one in Deuteronomy, I got the one split up from Deuteronomy 20, right? Is similar. And the one in Deuteronomy, I got the one split up from Deuteronomy. Where we see like he's right? Is similar. Right?
So I want to address the vegan section. To push your vegan life onto other people. I don't know people's health problems. And you cannot say that thousands of years ago we were vegan. Because if you're African, as you say it is, where you think African drums are made of, where you think these drums is animal hide, right? The animal skin they make the drums out. So they can't say thousands of years they were vegans, but they have drums made out of animal hide. Why you think they had animal hide to make the drums? That was the leftover from the meat, the stuff that they use the skin to make the drums, right? So come on, don't.
And not only that, but also we know that before we were planters, our ancestors were hunter gatherers. So that is incorrect, sir. Very incorrect.
Exactly.
And by the way, human beings are omnivores. We are naturally omnivore. We need to have that. Even if somebody is vegan, you all still need protein. You always need supplements to put back the protein.
The protein that you can't get from
so you still use supplements. So you telling me taking pills is more natural than eating the actual meat.
Essential, what we call essential amino acids that you don't find in plant material, or they will have to be added to the whatever it is. Yeah, but anyway, the thing is, right, when we come here, let's see, where is it? Right, so this is the third set, right? This is in Deuteronomy 5:1 to 21. Right. It says, "Hear, O Israel, the statutes and ordinances that I am addressing to you today. You shall learn them or observe them diligently. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb, not with our ancestors. Did the Lord make this covenant, but with us, who are all of us here alive today. The Lord spoke with you face to face at the mountain, or Adonai, out of the fire. And at that time I was standing between the Lord and you to declare to you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid because of the fire, and did not go up the mountain. And he said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me, which is similar to what was said in the first. And kill up, but cats are for mods only.
I'll take that back, right? Because the guy in the comment section playing vegan, he's a Hebrew Israelite. Which is a cult. Anything that says I'm not going to cry because the guy in the comment section is misinformed about history.
Yeah. I am the Lord your God who brought. And that's a lie. God don't want us on it. God is the one who on the life many animals and commanded many to be on the life. That's a lie. Okay, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make yourself an idol, which is similar to the first, right? Whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above or that is on the earth beneath or that is in water underneath the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who reject me, but showing steadfast love to the thousandth generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. Was that in the very first one? I don't think so. I think this seems to be a combination of the second and the first. Was that in the very first? From what? Let's see. On your father. Second and the first. Was that in the very first? From shall not bow down, for I am a jealous God, right? Punishing that. No, it's the same. There. Good. It's the same. From shall not bow down. Now let's see if there's any others. Different. Let me pull down, scroll down. It's the same. Where is it? No. Let's see if there's right. Come. Yes, we have it. Right. Where is it? Good. Right. Come. You shall not make wrongful use of the name of the Lord your God. I think that's in the first one too. For the Lord will not acquit anyone who misuses his name. Misuses. You see, misuse. And this is something I used to think about as when I was a Christian. Misuses. Christians would say, don't say soul. Don't say soul. Don't say this. Because, or don't say Jesus Christ or good God.
Or blocking this guy in the comment section because he just started to get disrespectful and saying, oh, I put in my arteries. I'm very in good God.
Yeah, no, block. Yeah, he's been stupid.
Because he don't know my medical.
You don't know her medical stuff.
It's not something that I recently get. It's something I born.
And chicken doesn't block your arteries if you remove the chicken, and turkey does not if you remove the
so I have to block this person because you're getting disrespectful.
Yeah.
For no reason. Right? You can't force me and bully me to be a vegan because I cannot be a vegan because it will be problematic to my health needs. Right? So come on, just understand that. You can't be a dietary needs. It will be problematic to my.
And we're not even talking about vegan right now. We're talking about this, the Ten Commandments. So please engage with what the topic is. We're talking about this, the Ten Commandments. And stop going off point.
These kind of people, you know, they will go on your profile and see a little, you know, you have exercise on the ticky, and they feel like, oh, you sick, you dying. I don't have any diabetes, no heart problem.
Correct.
Any of these things that you're maybe thinking I haven't, I don't have.
Yeah.
And you say, do I have clogged arteries? And I always go by the doctor. Because here what healthcare is free in my country, so you to just go and get checked out. So I do not have any health problems, right? So it's because healthcare is free. So I'm crazy of you just to see my videos and then come back to tell me, boy, I have clogged arteries and all kind of shit like that. Come on, behave yourself. So I'm crazy of you just to see
and by the way, I am going to say to you, sir, the persons who mostly are at the heart and stroke are not big people. They are smaller than me and about my size, and I'm not that big anymore. I am not even big. I wasn't that big. They are smaller than me. They are a lot smaller. Come on. They are a lot smaller. Come on.
Everyone, please, I want to understand.
Hold on. Let's introduce you first. Please, thank you. Coach, can you give your age and are you a Christian, believer in this God? or have no belief in any God? Are you a Christian, believer in this God?
No, I'm an atheist and I'm 29 years old.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. And wait, before you continue, Jack.
No, I'm an atheist and I'm 29 years
Yes,
old.
same question to you. Yeah, all right.
I am not a Christian. I do believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I do believe in Christ. I'm just not a Christian.
Okay, you're a follower of Christ.
Yes. Yeah, I follow Christ and I believe in the Bible. I believe in Christ.
Right.
I'm just not a Christian.
So which means you're still religious.
Yeah, I follow
Still
Christ.
religious. Still religion. Goring definition of religion. Anyway, the thing is, what I would like persons who believe in this God or believe, or Christian or call themselves Christians, or can they explain why is it? I would like to know first of all, which 10 commandments do you subscribe to? Can they explain why is it? Which one do you subscribe to? First of all, which 10 commandments do you subscribe to? Yes, Coach, that's what we are talking about, right? I want Christians to indicate which ones to subscribe to, because there are actually 3 different sets, but 2 of them are actually which ones to subscribe to, because not coinciding with each other, even though it's one.
Yeah, so I follow all of them. So the first set, the second set, the third set, and also the other 300 laws that I'm supposed to follow.
Yeah, but do you realize that that God lied?
Third set, and also the other. No, he didn't lie.
Yes, he did lie. He did lie. He did lie. I'm going to show you. You hold on. Right? Yeah. So that means now you are lying for your God. That's what you're doing now. You're lying for your God. Because if you cannot see, or you're saying words don't mean words, sir. Because if you see here, this is the first set here. This is the first set as I showed you above here. And then you read this through. You read it right through. This is the one that usually Christians and people who believe in a God subscribe to initially. Then when you come to the second set, which God said, and I'm going to read the very beginning, and please read carefully. The Lord said to Moses, cut 2 stones of stone like the former ones, and I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets which you broke. God was going to give him back the same words that were on there. When we come to this set now, and you read it here, observe what I command you, the blah blah blah, take not to make a covenant, but that is not in the first set. Rather you shall tear down the altars. Yes. No, we can say that somewhat related to not worshiping any other gods before them. But this was not in the first set at all. See, I will drive out before you the Amorites, blah blah blah. You shall not make a covenant. That was not there in that first set. Also, no, sir. I'm speaking. You wait. Hold on. You hold on. Okay? You shall not make cast idols. That's in the first set. You shall keep the festival of unleavened bread. That's not in the first set. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. All that first opens the womb is mine. That's not in the first set. No one shall appear before me as empty-handed. Not in the first set. This one with the Sabbath, that part there in green, is in the first set. But this part, you shall observe the festival of weeks, is not in the first set, sir. This other one, you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven. That's not in the first set. The best of the first fruits of your ground is not in the first set. You shall not boil a kid in your mother's milk. It's not in the first set. It is not the same words, sir. It is not the same concept. It is a contradiction. It is not the same words. It's a contradiction. The same concept. It is a contradiction. And if you cannot see that, it means that you're doing mental contortions to get around it. It is a contradiction. And if you cannot see that, it means that you're doing. Yeah. So how do we get around that then? There's no way to get around that. This is very clear. And if you cannot see that, it means that
Are you asking me now to respond?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
There's no way to get around
All
that.
right, so if you go back to Exodus 20, all right, those commandments that are given now to Israel aren't the only commandments that are given. So it actually continues going further. So when you read past the, those first 10 that you see that are talking about there.
Pause. No, don't come here and lie.
So when you read past,
because it says those were the first 10. They're talking about the 10, sir. No, don't come here and lie.
So when you read past,
because it says those were the first 10. They're talking about the 10. They're talking about the same ones that was written on the stones. 10 that was written on the stones. 10. They're talking about the 10. They're talking about the same ones that was written on the stones. 10 that was written on the stones. And do not insult our intelligence, please. They're talking about the 10. They're talking about please.
I'll try this again. If you allow me to finish, you'll be able to understand everything. So if you want to focus on...
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Cut the crying, please. Go ahead. Thank you. And then one of the others will respond to you. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. And then one of the others will respond to you. Ah, boy. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. Wow. Are there any other Christians that want to come up honestly? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, he left. Are there any other Christians that want to come up honestly?
I know what to hear Afro respond to what
he was going to say. Yeah, he said the others, but then he can go ahead and then the others will respond to him. So I don't know. Yeah, what he was going to say. Yeah, he said the others, but then he can go ahead and
Christian
then
don't
the
like
others
being
will
challenged.
respond to him. And that's the major problem. Yeah. Go ahead,
Christian don't like being challenged. Their custom in their structure, everybody aligned with their views. Yes.
Go ahead.
And after a while, then they iron out their differences. They don't feel like, oh, we will challenge the narrative. For the time you say something that doesn't resonate with reality, we challenge it. They don't do that. They just will challenge our narrative. For the time you say something that doesn't resonate.
And it very clearly said here, right? Very clearly, it said God was going to give them exactly what was written on those the 10, right? What was written exactly. And here it says, look, it even used, he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. It is written there, the 10.
Yeah, exactly.
So words don't mean words for these guys.
I think sometimes we just assume that, this is universal.
Yeah.
When you've grown up in a Christian community, just assume that everybody around you is Christian. And everybody speaks the same language. When you go somewhere else and you start speaking, they just automatically assume that it's the same for everybody. You must understand what I'm saying now. When you understand, in the book of Genesis, when God said, "Let us be son," what is the book of Genesis? What did God say? Don't you know? Don't you know what God said? No. Can you tell us? Right? Oh, when Jesus said this, what did God say? Don't you know? Don't you know what God said? Okay, Jesus who? Can you tell us? You're saying you don't know Jesus. When Jesus said this, the issue is not that we don't know. The issue is we want to know what you know. What's the context? And what the issue is not that how the issue is what we're saying in this conversation, right? And what to you, the issue is not that to you consider this as your law or whatever for us it is not. To you,
yeah.
You consider this
but the thing is, what had me Afro is that even though I went back to the actual, where it actually says, right, that God said he would give him exactly the same thing that he gave him in the first, and then to come and show, after showing that there's some there, a good set of them was not the same thing, a lot was left out. That was on the first one. Steal was not there. Commit adultery is not on the second set. Red rum is not on the second set. On the first one. Steal was not there. Honor the father and mother is not on the second set. Red rum is not on the second set.
Right? Even if did anybody see God like
Correct. God, we know God. You know.
Even Moses went up the mountain. Do you know that Moses got a stone and was writing on it? Moses went up the mountain.
It's really crazy. After I learned how you start, so you know that's what you will have asked. It's really crazy. After I learned how you start.
Moses was all right? Moses had finished taking the life of that person. So Moses was running away, right? So Moses cleverly said, hey, taking the life of that, I better come up with something and tell them that, right? God started speaking to me, and God gave me laws. Come up with something and tell them that, right? You see? Moses was trying to save his own life. You see, Moses didn't die. Moses didn't want to be unalive like these people. So when he goes and says to them, God said, "Do not kill." That means they have to spare him. Be unalive like these people. So when he goes and says to them, God that was very clever. Do not kill.
Exactly.
They have to spare him.
But
That was very clever.
Go ahead. Exactly.
So in all those 3 sets of the commandments, right? 3 sets of 10 commandments. Did any of those commandments say thou shalt not own people as property or thou shalt not diddle kids? 10 commandments. No, none of it said that. Okay.
Of course not. Did I see Gaslight? Hey, Gaslight.
No,
I think he's on a call. Yes, you know, I gave Gaslight. I sent you a message all this morning. Yeah. Yes. A Christian told me something. Yeah. He said that. The things of God. I mean, some told me something to the carnal mind. He said that, and I asked him. I said, "Isn't your God who's responsible for communicating with humanity?" He said, "Yes." So I said, "Well, why God don't communicate in a way that we will understand Him?" He said, "Yes." He said, "That's why God preachers and prophets and these things." You see, in a way, people always find avenues and ways to prevaricate from the actual story. And that's why we have these kind of conditions, this situation here. Because Christians, they find all to validate the fallacies in this situation here. But I'm so happy that we have teachers, psychologists, and these people who are bringing the exhibit of the nature of these words that is being used in the book and how we can decipher what is being written and what is contradictory. That's why you see, I've learned a great deal from Phil. And being honest, even though I was studying psychology, Phil has opened my eyes to so many things beyond the nature of where I'm studying. And thus even though I've been going and do a lot of psychology studies on different subject matter, even when they told me that, you shouldn't study in those areas because not in keeping with the school principles. I refuse to do that. Personally, I use it in my own memoir so that in future I can make reference to that. Thank you. Personally, I use it in my own memoir so that in future I can make reference to that. Thank you. Personally, I use it in my own memoir so that
hey, what's up, bro?
Thank you.
Hey, Phil, how's it going? How's everybody? Doing.
Yes. Guys, like that, I just want to apologize to you. Remember the last time you asked me a question?
I know I
about
can't.
the president? Guys, like that, I just want to apologize to you. Remember the last I was totally wrong. I gotten the information about him and what he literally said. And he's not a meeting. And you are absolutely correct. I gotten the information. That man is about him. That man is what he literally said.
Yeah. It's horrible.
And you are absolutely
Hey, no worries, no worries. Yeah.
No, he's from Syria.
No worries.
In a refugee camp. If anyone wants to get the can get. He's from Syria. In a refugee camp. Yeah. Yeah, you can get right. So these guys that can make all these things, you know, guys that it's like as you said, the cognitive dissonance today that you don't think, you know, it's like as you said, it is sad.
Yeah, it's a mental break that these people are going through, trying to live in the real world and honor their God, because it's so different trying to live both of these lives at the same time when they're so different from each other, and it really warps the mind. It really gives people so much stress in their brain that it breaks them, and it's sad to see. So much stress. It's absolutely sad to see in their brain all the technology that we have today. As we continue to develop and advance and disprove a lot of the things in the Bible, that these are not God miracles, but this is science actually proving, the phenomena that we see in front of us. It really breaks their mind, actually proving, the phenomena that we see.
By the way, friends, don't forget we have Archie on the panel also.
Yeah, you can introduce ourselves.
The phenomena that we
so,
see.
Don't forget we have Archie on the
good evening.
I follow. No, wait, we have to.
I used to.
We have to get some information like your age and stuff,
Okay, yeah, I used to be Christian.
Yeah, but we need your age. You need your age.
Okay. Okay, I'm 25.
Okay, yeah. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I follow Afro and we have been on other lives together. We have talked about the old Bible concepts and everything. And I know I generally just join and so I can get more inspiration and talk about things that with people that actually understand things. Because I've been in so many lives, I try to explain my side of my understanding, experience about things, but they always come attacking and stuff like that. So most of the time I just come to different lives. But right now I'm being Afro-Atheist and I come, I learn, I help people understand. Because I've got to that point where there are some things that did not just make sense to me. I always questioned it. But it seems like the more I question, they go offended that I am even bringing that up. Apparently it's blasphemy or something like that. But I'm asking simple logical questions. Because it does not align with your God, then it is a problem. I'm not even supposed to bring that up. So I just come on live like this to learn and also converse with people. It does not align with your God, then it is a problem. I'm not even supposed to bring that up. So I just come on live like this.
Welcome, Archie.
Welcome.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Afro. Yes, Afro.
Hello, Archie. And I appreciate that you've come on this platform. I've known those for some time now, and on the journey of becoming an atheist, I've known very important part of that journey. On his journey, he's done that. Becoming an atheist has done. He has done more research. Of that so much. I've learned so much from that as well. And from our part of the world, we from Nigeria. I was on the platform earlier on today from the Christians. But these Christians, they were, I was on the platform terrorists. Telling somebody, we heard you asking questions. God, a man or a woman? Why would you be asking questions like that? Can you tell us what parts, where are you exactly? Are you for us or are you against us? And anybody asking questions like that. But you know, and the way the man was going on, I had to go up to the panel that, so is it wrong for people to ask questions? It's very valid, right? And they were saying, oh, no, you got no right to question about Jesus and all these things, you know. And people in the comments, right? And they were saying, oh, no, you got no right to question about Jesus as well. And these Christians have a religion at least. Muslims have a religion at least. They were even telling me, they said, oh, in Nigeria, at least when they give you the note to fill, well, if you're filling out any form, they ask you in Nigeria what religion. There are only 3 options to fill. So where am I? What am I going to fill for myself? What religion? Can you imagine? There are only 3 options. Like Christianity for myself, Islam, or the traditional beliefs.
Wow.
So if I'm in Nigeria, what will I fill out? Christianity for myself, Islam.
I stay in Nigeria, and that I agree with that. Wow. Even when I was applying my work, like honestly, I have no issue with taking orders because most of the time they always have like orders, so I don't stick with orders. But the point is that even if you take orders, there's a very high chance that you won't get that job because they will already judge you. So I don't stick with orders. Like they will already judge you by the fact that right, why is not like normal apparently. But if you want to think of it, you guys are the ones that don't do accepting whatever you have thought and don't want to. And I'm not even saying you should not be fine by it, but don't use that to judge me whether or not I'm going to fight for a job and try to get whatever you thought and don't want to. And I'm not even saying you should not be fine by it, but don't use that to judge me whether or not I'm going to fight for a job and try to get whatever you
I mean, I've met some atheists that said they cannot be an atheist copy. They cannot go copy. There's a gentleman who was saying that said they cannot be an atheist copy. You know, he doesn't believe God for his job. He cannot come out and say that he's an atheist because he's Muslim. His family of his Muslim for his job. No, he comes out and says he is an atheist. That because he's Muslim. He not only lose his job, well, he will not only lose his time once he is an atheist, but his family, because his father is a well-respected imam or something like that. See, religion is because his father is a well-respected imam or something like that. See, religion is
Hey Phil, I want to ask you.
How is everybody doing today? I'm sorry,
Hey,
my bad.
one second, man, Jay. I just want some real quick question to Phil. Phil, have you heard about the asteroids that they had some reports back that asteroid had a lot of the elements that we found on Earth. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Yeah, amino acids.
Yes, had a lot of so I think this is just another big blow to Christianity because I mean, who's to say that the asteroid didn't hit here and started life? So I mean, I think it's a big blow to what they always believed. Hit here and started life.
Definitely it is.
It's a big blow to what they always believed.
They found the amino acids, the precursors to life. The formation is that those but you know abiogenesis precursors to life. Yeah, amino acids on asteroids. Those precursors, you know abiogenesis on asteroids. Yeah, amino acids on asteroids.
That's right. I was wondering if you guys could link so anything you can send to me about this.
So I see somebody bring up Santa Claus in the comment section. I want to know who the hell believe in Santa Claus. You know? So I see somebody bring up Santa Claus in the comment section. I want to know who Santa Claus believe in Santa Claus. You know?
Santa Claus. My
Where's
goodness.
NJ?
NJ. Hi, NJ.
NJ.
How we doing? How we doing?
goodness.
Isn't that amazing how they can find an asteroid that has everything that has ever been seen on the planet? That is amazing. All due to science. No Sky Daddy required. It has everything that has ever been seen on the planet.
Thanks, Zippy.
All due to science. No Sky Daddy.
Oh, the other day I was live. Sky Daddy followed.
Thanks, Zippy. Sky Daddy followed?
And the other day I was an account. I just saw Sky Daddy has started following me. Oh, I was so happy. Sky Daddy followed me. I just saw Sky Daddy has started following me.
I'm jealous.
He wants you
jealous.
back. He wants you back. He wants you back.
Sky Daddy followed me. I just saw Sky
He wants you
Daddy
back.
has started following me.
I think Sky Daddy follows you because you're gorgeous. Because that's why I followed you. You're gorgeous and brilliant. Gorgeous and brilliant. Oh my goodness. A beautiful package. A beautiful package. That's why I followed you.
You know,
By the way, Phil, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but Phil, congratulations on the live. Congratulations. I like how you have your mom right there by your side. I love it. I love it. Need more of you. Congratulations.
Thank
You
you.
know, Afro and everybody miss out on your intro.
Oh, yeah. Afro saw the intro. Or the media, the intro. Wait, I can show you just, yeah. And for those who are now coming in, yes, please, I can show you Afro. Or the media, the intro.
You need to show me how do you do this thing here where you have you up there and then at the bottom and all this. You need to show me how.
Yeah, there's the TikTok live, the TikTok studio.
On the laptop?
Yeah, on the computer, my desktop I use, and yeah, the TikTok studio that I was trying to show you how to set it. On the computer. Actually, I'm now streaming to YouTube also, and I was trying to show you how
Feel, that's something. So you have to
using my split to stream to YouTube, to my YouTube channel.
Shoma, can you see what feel?
Also, yeah,
So-
stream to YouTube, to my YouTube channel.
Shoma,
Hi, Stefan. Stefan, what's up? Yeah, stream to YouTube, to my YouTube channel. Hi, Stefan. Can you X that AD out? Oh. Yeah, thanks. Can you X yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, thanks. Right, so so I using the TikTok studio, and yeah, it allows me to remove the background that run my camera studio, and when I see me.
Forget the intro.
Yeah, I am forgetting intro. It's just a skin thing. Alright, so for those who were not here earlier, and then I give the intro. It's just a skin thing. Alright, so for those who were not here earlier,
All pay heed. The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 15. Pay heed. The Lord. 10 commandments for all to obey.
yeah, that's the intro. Yeah, that's Afro knows that intro. Yeah, that intro. I haven't used it in a while, Afro.
One day I'm gonna get to that beach. One day I'm gonna get to that beach. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
One day I'm gonna get to that beach.
Yeah, so this lead is the CSF show. Yes, streaming via TikTok and YouTube. Yeah. So we're talking about we're talking about this. So we're talking about do you subscribe to Christian? We're talking about you can request this and come up and say which ones you subscribe to. Can request this one. Yes, you have 2 new people, so yeah, you can write it.
And Seti, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct. You could correct me if I say it right.
Yeah, you can write it.
And Seti, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct. You could correct me if I say it right.
Yeah, you can write it.
And Seti, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct. You could correct me if I say it right.
Yeah, you can.
It's on mute. Because they're muted. I don't know if you know how to unmute. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct. You could correct me if I say it right. Hello. Because they're muted. I don't know if you know how to unmute. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct.
All right,
Hello.
Seti.
Yeah, hello, greetings.
Hello, greetings. Yes, age and do you believe in any the Abrahamic God, or you don't believe in? And do you believe in any the Abrahamic God, or you don't believe in? Okay, so you're a non-believer in the God. The gods of Christianity and Islam. Okay, so you're a non-believer. The God of Christianity. You're not a believer. Okay. Christianity and Islam. Thank you. So you're yes, Aziz. Christianity. You're not a believer. Okay. Aziz, hello. Thank you.
Hello, Aziz. Are you there?
Aziz, are you there? Going one. Aziz, hello. Hi. Thank you.
Hello, Aziz. Are you there?
Aziz, 3 times. Okay, this don't seem to be there right now.
Thank you. Hello, Aziz.
All right.
Are you there?
Hi, Coco. Okay, this don't seem to be there right now. Yeah. So Seti, right? So we're talking about these 2 here, right? And don't seem to be there right now. Yeah, Coco. So Seti, right? So we're talking about these, right? These two sets here. There's actually 3 sets, right? But the 2 sets here. This is where you can find them. The first set is Exodus 20, which Moses brought. The replacement was 30 and 34, but God said He was going to give back exactly what was on the first set. But then you look at it, you realize 34. But God said, yeah, that God lied, or Moses, that Moses, yeah, had a kind of a senior moment. Yeah, that God lied.
Phil,
yes, that Moses.
Is God, is He all knowing?
Yes, supposed to be according to what Christians say.
Is what he is He all know that Moses was going to break them?
Yes.
So He waited. He has that right on the stone.
Yes.
Knowing that they were going to be broken. Only to have it written again.
Have them written again, and then even have a second set prepared, you know, just in case they got broken.
Only just in case the first one gets broken
again, and then even have a second set prepared,
right.
Just in case they got broken.
But this is my question. And Moses sat there and waited for him to write them out for how long? How long was he up there with that burning bush? But this is talking to him.
40 days?
For 40 days and 40 nights.
How long was he up there with that? That's a long time to be chiseling in stone for him to break it.
40 days and 40 nights. But he didn't chisel it. The first set, God supposed to have been written with the finger of God.
for him to
Yeah,
break it.
God
But he didn't chisel it. The first set, God supposed to have been written with the finger of
brought
God.
his finger down, and God wrote on the stone. See, there's nothing God cannot do. You have to just believe that his finger down, and God wrote on the write on stones. He can write on God cannot paper. He can write on anything. You have to just believe that his finger down, and God wrote on the write on stones.
But can he make sense of what he writes? Because I know that when I write myself notes and doodads, I can't remember why I wrote it down. I don't remember what it was supposed to remind me to remember. It's just writing. I can't remember why I wrote it one day. I don't remember what it was supposed to remind me to remember. It's just writing. I can't remember why.
Well, first of all, what language? What language? Okay, Phil will know this because Phil well, first of all, what language did God write in?
They say it's Hebrew. It's Hebrew that God is supposed to have written in. But Hebrew has yeah. It's Hebrew that God is supposed to have written in. But the thing is, the question is whether it was all Hebrew, Middle Hebrew, or New Hebrew. Because really and truly, these here, when you really look at it, you know that some of these laws that Moses is supposed to have gotten, when we look at the laws of, oh gosh, it's not only Hammurabi, it's another set that they match, a set that came before from Egypt. And the Hammurabi is the one from Babylon. So the ones that they were copied from Babylon will be during the or just after the exile. So which means those are later that really and truly Moses isn't right now. So that's why he said I wonder if it's old Hebrew, Middle Hebrew, or newer Hebrew that it was written in. But we know it's Hebrew, old Hebrew, Middle Hebrew, yeah, Hebrew. That this God is supposed to be speaking or writing, even though we know Hebrew is a Semitic language, just like Fletcher is Arabic, and there's another one that's also Semitic. Just like
well, thank you for that information, but also thank whoever translated it into Webster's Dictionary English so that Americans can read it and still not understand it. Into Webster's Dictionary English so that Americans can read it and still not understand it. Into Webster's Dictionary English.
Can I just say that whole Moses story thing the story doesn't make sense. So God's people were enslaved by Egyptians, and God is looking at them. So
y'all continue. I'll be right back.
And then God now waits.
Y'all continue. I'll be right back.
That has a slave. I think it's Barbara, and then doctors. I don't know. He hasn't got he hasn't got this that has a slave required for whatever God wants him for. But he hasn't got the that I want. He hasn't got right. This person is required. He doesn't have qualities at all. He's got temper issues. It's a nasty piece of work. For God says, no, God is one I want you. The people that were enslaved over there, it's a nasty piece of work. For God says, no, why couldn't God raise one of the decent? The people that were enslaved, why did God have to live 400 years? For God says, no, why didn't God add decent year one? Why didn't God have to live for Moses? A lot of it just doesn't make sense to me at all. The Moses character and the whole emphasis that they give Moses and things that the Moses character and the whole is believed by Christians things that the Jews and the Muslims, right? They all believe that Moses guy was a thing. They all believe that I don't believe. If Moses was alive today, that is somebody you don't want to be friends with. That is somebody who is very far away. If Moses was alive today, that you tell your truth. Somebody, you see that uncle over there? That is somebody who is don't go near him. Moses was alive. You know, that you tell your truth. Somebody, you see that uncle here? We talk about Moses, oh Moses. Don't go near him. Moses was alive. You know, that you tell your truth. Somebody, you see that uncle here?
But Moses wouldn't be in the good book had God just gone ahead and taken care of everything from day one. God needed everybody to wait for Moses so Moses could make it into this historical fiction. And here we are in the year of the Gregorian calendar, 2025, discussing this fictional character. And here we are, put in the story. Look at God, only 2025. Discussing this fictional character, and here we are.
Oh yes. During the phase of deconstruction, I will tell you that the Moses story, that one shocked me that this person may not have existed as no. It can't be. If anybody that Moses himself, Moses had the no. It can't be. So I went and it's the guy, the fictional character. Wow, I was shocked. The guy, and to me, that Moses thing was what really made me start to doubt all the characters in the Bible. To me, the Moses guy, that was not to doubt all the characters. Chances are the rest of them, they probably all know, or maybe one or two. I don't know, but if Moses is not real, the rest of them, sorry. They probably all know. No way. Maybe one or two.
Correct. And then it means that Moses did not write. They wrote these things were
no way.
the playbooks that they explain by tradition. Right? And we realize, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Because how come Moses now and the same Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, make a boo-boo like this, and then Deuteronomy is similar. The Deuteronomy thing, let me bring it back up here. The Deuteronomy text, right, for the Ten Commandments is similar to the first set, right? For the Ten Commandments. So this is it. You shall not make any idol that's in the first set. You shall not bow down to them nor serve them. Yeah, that's all in the first set. You shall not make any wrongful name. You shall not make any vain that Christians want to call it, but wrongful use. And this is something I realized. It is not saying God damn it or this damn it Jesus Christ using Lord's name again. It is not saying means using for goalless purposes. So when Christians come and say God tells them to do something, and seriously, we know the God didn't tell them anything, but let's presuppose is something and that verse that this God speaks. Then and the God did not tell them to do it. Is using God's name for goalless purposes, but some reason don't want to say it as that. But anyway, right, observe the Sabbath that is there, and 6 days you shall live and all your work. That's in the first set, right? And it says, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord. You shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter or your male or female slaves, slavery, or your ox or your donkey or any of your livestock or the resident alien in your tongues, as in the first also, so that your male and female slaves may rest as well as you. Remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother. I think that's also in the first set as the Lord your God commands you, so that your days may be long. Honor your father and your mother, right? And that may go well with you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not red rum, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, neither shall you covet your neighbor's wife. Neither you desire. All of those are in the first set. Steal, shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. But the second and the second set is completely different to both the first and the third set. But the second set was the one that God said that He was going to give the exactly what was in the first. Yes, please. And the second contradiction, the one that God said that
right. Bearing false witnesses. Is that the same as seeing a TikTok and deciding that you want to interfere in their life? And you need to call the authorities on this. Is that the same thing?
When Christians come and say that you say such and such on a TikTok live when you did not, and they know it's not in the context as according to the Bible, bearing false witness. So they are sinning against their God.
Thank you for clearing that up for me.
Yeah,
I just had to be sure.
So there are. So you Christians out there who tend to do that and lie on atheist content creators, so you are disobeying the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments and content creators.
I just want to add on to something where Andrew says. So Andrew, yes, they are being false witness, but
no, Gaslight was trying to say something before you, and then right, Gaslight.
Yeah, I was just saying to you that it doesn't matter, because God is saying, look, you can break my commandments. All you have to do is say, I'm sorry, and I'm going to forget about that. It doesn't matter, because God is saying, look, you can break my commandments.
That's not true. That's not true. You see, once upon a time, you broke God's commandments, He sorted you out on the spot. So which God are you, which of the gods are you talking about? Is it the New Testament God or the Old one? The Old Testament God, that one, He sorted you out on the spot. As you're done sinning, in fact, while you're still at it, He just come and strike you, take you out. As you're done sinning, in fact, while you're still at it, He just come and strike you, take you out.
The one that Paul built, he just built this one. He went in the lab and built this thing, and like, okay, this is the new God. The one that Paul built. He just built this one.
And the thing is that John and Peter and them did not agree with Paul.
This is the new God.
It's a mess. Contradiction upon contradiction. And that's why we have so many different denominations, because it's a mess. Contradiction upon contradiction. And that's why how much more people come in way long afterwards. Even when Paul talks about Corinthians and saying something false, something Jesus, something there. Even when Paul, they had that going on from every sense and nature. God, no, you also come to say something, but he contradicts himself, because clearly the God is the author of confusion. They had that going on from every sense and nature. God,
one last thing,
but he contradicts himself, because clearly this God is full of contradictions. He's the author of confusion.
If you walked on water with someone, wouldn't that be the person that you would turn this thing over to? I mean, you wouldn't be trying to find somebody who used to unalive the Christian out on the Damascus Road, and give them the keys to the new Christianity. Wouldn't you want to give that to the person who you walked on water with? The keys to the new Christianity. Wouldn't you want to give that to the person who you walked on water with?
Everyone you can talk to, you know, wouldn't you want to give that to the person?
But gaslight humans fight wars to make sure that the worthy don't get the job, that it goes to the next in the bloodline. Gaslight humans fight wars to make sure that the worthy don't get the job, that it goes to the next in the bloodline. Gaslight humans fight wars to make sure
It was nothing deep, you know.
I don't mind, but it's still
bear false witness. I just want to make everybody, all the Americans know, is not bearing false witness. If you call ICE, you report Elon Musk to ICE, right? So that is not bearing false witness, right? All the Americans know is not bearing false witness. If you call ICE,
right. If you're gonna pick up a gram for snitching, can you snitch in the right direction? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, or report the first lady.
Snitch in the right direction.
Report. Yeah, or report.
What's ICE? What are you guys talking about?
The immigration police report.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. What's ICE? And Seti, hey Seti, you wanted to say something, Seti?
The immigration police report.
Yeah, not
okay. Oh, wow.
not really. The conversation is just okay. I'm good with listening, but I just wanted to contribute that the arrangement of the commandments you guys were talking about is like the God of the Old Testament had it in order of important commandments you guys were talking about, having thou shalt not kill. The God of the Old Testament coming system had it in order of important commandments, which I believe should even come before. Do not make any image of anything in heaven or on earth, which I believe should. When you think about it critically, I think the God is trying to hide himself from people.
Right. Because you do know that some people actually have jobs that require them to kill. They get their pay. Because you do know. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Wrong word.
Yeah, no, you don't have to say F1. TikTok is just for educational purposes. We're using that word. But it's on the live. Yeah, going to call you things on the live.
Wouldn't God be a hypocrite? How is somebody who kills, unalives willy-nilly? How can that God then come along and say, thou shalt not? I mean, excuse me? How about you practice what you preach? When God starts practicing what he preaches, then I can listen to him. Otherwise, no thanks.
Yeah.
He's the master of it. And then he comes along and just starts unaliving. Otherwise, whenever he wants. But no, we are supposed to.
But Afro, you know, this God is always do as I say, but don't do as I do. Even he violated his own law of adultery, his own law of taking another man's wife and impregnating.
Okay, we're not going to talk about
he should have been honed.
You know?
Mary had no thing in this. It's basically great Mary. Let me put it that way. Full stop. Great. Because Mary said she was the Lord's slave. Let me put it that way. So it was smack. It was basically smack. Slavery. Slave. So it was smack. It was basically smack.
You know, if I was Mary's mama, somebody was going to have to die. I'm sorry. Somebody was going to have to get consequences for what happened to my child. If I was Mary's mama, that's just my opinion. I'm sorry. Somebody was going to have to get consequences.
Did Mary have friends? Did she have neighbors? Did she have family members? Did she have people that cared about her? Right? Did Mary have nobody? Did she say to Mary, what did she have? What on earth? Why would the God be doing that to you? And why on earth did the angel not ask Mary her permission first? Then give her a week on 2 weeks to consult with these friends, the neighbors, the mama, or anybody, right? And say, okay, angel, can you come back after a week? Let me, that's, I mean, a week might be a bit too little, considering the kind of task they want her to go ahead and do for them, right? The right thing to do would have been ask her permission. They want her to, but no, they just come along and say, Mary, we have found you worthy, you're favored by us, and never mind your husband. Never mind your father, because back in those days, the father, right, or the man to be, right, these were the people that you went to. They were the people that you consulted. You needed to marry somebody because you're taking something from him that is, quote unquote, that is property. No, they didn't consult anybody. They just came from the sky heaven and just came and talked to Mary. No, now that's not how we do things. No, from the sky. Our God is very disrespectful. Talk to Mary. No, now that's not how we do things. No, from the sky.
He doesn't care, and then the thing is, they can't get away from that one. The Christians love to rush to and then the thing is, go to say, oh, when we talk about slavery, for example, say, what does the Old Testament, when we talk about grace, about a soldier seeing a beautiful woman that he desires, and that a captive woman and taking her beautiful woman and shaving her head. She has no say. It's slavery. But his God does the same thing. He has sorry. But his God does the same. Yeah. So this God. He endorsed it in the Old Testament, but the Christians say, what does the Old Testament do in the New Testament on the grace? No, your God did the same thing in the New Testament. He had no problems doing that on the grace. No,
Phil, I have a question for you.
Yes, please. In the New Testament, he had no problems.
Is Mary in heaven or in hell? Phil, I have a question for you. The reason why I'm asking this question is Mary in heaven? So she's the mother, Mary, the mother of God, or how they call her now, Mary, full of grace. They call her. Some people call her the mother, mother of their faith. So if the criteria for heaven is for us to believe in Jesus as our Lord and Savior, so did Mary have to believe in her son as her Lord and Savior? And then stepdaddy, what was stepdaddy's name? Joseph. As her Lord and Savior. Did Joseph too have to believe in his stepson? Did the same criteria apply to Joseph?
Good question.
Did Joseph
That's a very good question.
his stepson?
I will say how Mary went to hell because she had a child out of wedlock.
That's a very good question.
Right? I will say how Mary went to hell.
So you're saying Mary's in hell?
She had a child out of wedlock. Right?
Oh goodness. So you're
Isn't
saying
that where all the
Mary's
best
in hell?
people are? I know that's where most of my family would have gone.
Yes. But Mary has gone to hell, not because of something she did, but what God did to her. How is that fair? Yes. If she had a child out of wedlock, not because of something she did, but what God her legs. It was God. God put the baby there.
Wait a minute. Didn't Joseph go ahead and make it legal by marrying her before she actually gave birth? So did she give birth out of wedlock? I'm curious. I don't know. I have not read the book.
He was impregnated out of wedlock. She was impregnated out of it, not inside it. He was out of wedlock. So no. We don't get to say, but she had the baby while she... No. It's the conception that matters, not the birth.
But when I went to Bible study here in the United States, the pastor told me that even children conceived in the wedlock are still born in the sin. The pastor told me that even children
conceived in the wedlock. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the time that baby goes in. That's what matters. incest. So if the baby goes in when the mother's not pregnant, that's one that one counts. And how can we give these people a pass when the father is not the one who married her? It's another man who comes along. So no, you don't get to say, oh, because she finally married somebody else. No. We're talking about the father of the baby. She didn't marry the father of the baby. So she didn't marry God. Maybe she had married God before, then yes. She didn't got a leg to stand on. So she didn't marry God.
Which leg, Afro?
Maybe she had married
Your leg?
God before, then yes. She didn't got a leg to stand on. I don't.
Which leg, Afro? Your leg?
She didn't got a leg to stand on.
I just had to do that one. Oh my God. Are there any Christians in the chat room, in this live, who would like to come up and explain to us this contradiction here? Are there any Christians in the chat room? Hi, Mother Brad.
I've been waiting for
How's everybody? Morning.
More in the afternoon here, but morning to you. Yeah.
Oh, yes, good afternoon. I'm in California. Morning. It's good seeing you guys. I've been on a bit of a just watching. My husband is a believer, and I've been spending a lot of time on TikTok. My husband is called some challenge. Let's just say that. Spending a lot of time on TikTok, so I'm trying to balance my time. My husband is called some challenge.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry.
So I'm trying to balance.
And imagine that.
Thank you, Afro.
Navigating a marriage. So, Mother of Prep, would you say you are unequally yoked?
Thank you, Afro. Yes.
Navigating a marriage. So,
I mean, but even before, like we were, because I was unequally when we got married, that I had a very different theology. Like my church was more progressive, and his church was more hell and demons and spiritual warfare. And we didn't do any of that in my church. Right. I didn't it was 5 years or 6 years in our marriage that he said he is an evangelical. I was like, what? It was like I didn't know that so he came to my church evangelical because he lives here, where I live, but he's from out of state. So I had never gone to his church to really hear, what his theology is. It wasn't until throughout the course of our marriage that I was like, oh, there's different types of, and I knew there were different types of Christianity, but I didn't know to the extent because we were fornicating, we did not, we were going to concerts and, we did have a life where we dated and enjoyed each other. So I didn't know that he had all of these, other things until, you just learn other stuff. Like when I didn't take his name, like, or how I felt about raising my daughter. He's been in her life at 10 years now. Or we just have differing views, but he's been in her life 10 years now. I would say there's some pros and cons. We just have differing. I mean, I think in all things, being who you are is most important. But I did find that I had more resentment for him when I was a believer because I would feel that, he has to be the man that is, if he's going to hold me to this standard in the Bible, then what's up with you? Like, why aren't you able to be this man that's the standard of the Bible? And so I felt more judgmental and kind of resentful that he didn't meet those standards. But after converting, I felt more compassion for him, seeing that this Bible is just manipulative bullshit. So it just made me see him more as he's flawed like we're all flawed. And there's no standard. He has gifts and I have gifts, and we just use whoever has the better gift to make things work. So I just, so some things have been better because you can't just point to the Bible now and say, well, the Bible says blah, blah, blah. It's like, nope, you have to say what you think. And that forces you to have more deeper conversations. And so sometimes he can see my point of view. He's committed to his faith, though. But and so sometimes some you can see my point of view. It's a different type of marriage. But and so sometimes some you can see. Sorry, I just said a mouthful. It's a different type of
And
marriage.
I was listening to every full breath that came out. I was listening. Now, I heard you guys are still married, came out. You just have a different belief system. And now, how do you feel about that TikTok trend? We listen and we don't judge. Because you said that you found judgment sometimes from TikTok trend. We listen and we don't judge.
And I would call myself as a Christian. I always felt like I was not a judging Christian. Like that's how I would identify myself when I was a Christian. I would be able to say, oh my gosh, like I hate how people are so judgmental and all this. But it wasn't until I deconstructed that I realized I did have some judgmental stuff, but I just wasn't like loud about it, or because I'm not a big confrontational person. Like I was just kind of sitting in my judgment and turned it into resentment. Or I would, feel like I was just kind of, it was a little different. It was a bit more liberal, but still a bit judgy. Or I would, so that was
Right. And did you notice that your skin didn't like that? Did you notice that you formed a wrinkle or two? Those are hard to get out. It takes a lot of relaxation, a lot of spa days to get them wrinkles out. Once them judgment start forming, because I'm an overthinker, so I got that freak right here in my eyebrows. I got that freak. Right. I can't, because I'm an overthinker, so I got that freak right in my eyebrows. I got that. You having conversations with people, you think you're not judging, but your eyebrow is judging. I'm that kind of thing. Wow, right. That's why I like to act carry out the joke. The people then don't catch the sarcasm. Wow, right. That's why I like to act carry out the joke.
So, I just want to continue a little bit just to ask, like, if you have any Christian in the comments that want to come up and teach me about the Bible, because I don't know the Bible, and every Christian that come up here so far don't even know the Bible also. So, I'm looking to go and join the atheists and stuff, because the atheist people know the Bible more than me, so I don't know if any Christian want to come and teach me about this Jesus that I never know about stuff, because the atheist people know the Bible more than me.
Right. And we have the best readers. We have the best atheist readers here in the room. We got Mr. Phil, and we got Ms. Afro Atheists over here. Both of them have read their Bible. They know that. I do not. I simply judge. I just judge. They know that. I do not. I simply
Saki was saying something?
Yeah, I said, here we are talking about Jesus, Christians telling you about Jesus, and then I'm telling you that even the Christians don't even know the Jesus they are talking about. Here we are talking about Jesus. The whole of the Bible is talking about the Son. Then I'm telling you that even whenever they speak about Jesus they are talking about, it is just the Son.
Because I've been waiting for people to come and teach me this Jesus thing, and none of them could explain this good, right?
It is just the Son.
I thought that Jesus was the human son. Why would we even talk about this human being? We're supposed to get to know this omnipotent, all-knowing. Why would we even talk about this?
It is just the sun in the sky, not a more, not a human being.
Well, if go on,
No, sorry, you can continue.
No, you were talking. Go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there are many Bible verses referencing Christ as the sun in the sky. You know, like I'm just saying that these Jewish rabbis, then Moses Maimonides, he wrote in his book, he said, whenever you see a Jewish rabbi, then in our book Maimonides, he wrote that the reality to you seems so repugnant that is highly unbelievable. Just be rest assured that the story is unveiling a deep and repugnant that is highly unbelievable. Now, when you try to look at the verses, the Christians are talking about their Christ as the Messiah. It is actually talking about the Son. Now, and for Christ himself to even call himself the bright morning star in the book of Isaiah, he says a whole lot. In Revelation, Lucifer was called a whole lot of things in Isaiah. Man, but what I'm trying to buttress here is that the Christ Christians are preaching to us a whole lot of things. The non-believers is actually the sun in the sky. You know, so they don't even know their Christ. That's what I'm trying to say. A whole lot of things. The non-believers don't even know
I would not necessarily agree with you that it is the sun in the sky. That's different. They necessarily, well, depending on where you're coming from, but they think it's a man. They think it's this was someone that came from heaven. So I don't know.
Okay,
if
I will explain. I will explain what I mean.
This was someone that came from heaven.
It is what they think. They think it's a man that the writers of the Bible are talking about. What I mean. But in reality, it is what writers of the Bible are talking about the sun in the sky, but in an allegorical form. In reality, when they say the Christ has 12 allegorical form, it's actually talking about the sun in the sky having 12 zodiacs moving along its path. It's actually there are many verses I can bring them out talking about the sun. So the Christ is not a literal being, but they are worshipping him as a man. There is no man that came here as God. It's actually the sun. That's why I put in the comment section.
The sun has an S-U-N.
Yeah, S-U-N, the sun that is shining in the sky.
What is it? The sun has an S-U-N.
I know about this talking point, but that is people who still want to hold on to the Bible, so that they don't take in things from different stories, from different beliefs and stuff, and trying to compile it and say it was about the sun and these kind of things they're talking about. I heard he's talking about beliefs and stuff, people who maybe try to step away from religion, but they still want to hold on to the Bible in some kind of way, and in the Bible is some kind of facts, or maybe it have some kind of meaning in the Bible. It have this meaning in the Bible whatsoever. It's not no facts or anything, just made up stories.
Yeah, you might not be too far from the truth anyways, but when you look at it from different angles, you might come to start understanding that really it might be a story about the sun in the sky, because it has no basis whatsoever on a human coming down here understanding
the
that
sun in the sky from different angles. You know what else we do that? Travel. Like if I was to travel to an island in the beach and sit in the sun and get some vitamin D. That's what you get from the sun, get vitamin D.
Okay. I mean, if you're saying that the Bible is talking about the sun, guess what? The Bible could also be talking about the moon. Could also be talking about if you're saying that, let's see. It could be talking about anything.
It's actually it's talking about the heavenly bodies. It's talking about the stars, the moon.
Heavenly bodies.
I mean, the bodies in the sky. That's what I mean. When I talk about heaven, I don't see the
Actually, we as people here, some of the people here in this life, into science and stuff like that, And you see, when you talk about the sun and the moon and the stars and planets and stuff like some spiritual stuff, nothing spiritual about that. The moon, the sun, the stars,
I'm not saying anything about spirituality.
Nothing spiritual about
that. It's just a story.
NJ, come back with it.
Okay, can I?
It has nothing to do with spirituality. You can just look at that. Maybe the Afro atheist. Maybe you can still have a look at that. Or it has not a
Guys, we're so close to 20k likes. Please, can we do 20k likes? Please, let's all tap, and before we know it, we're at 20k. So you said I should look for it, yeah? This is
I say you can have a look at it. It has nothing to do with spirituality.
where do I
It's
go
just a
look
made up
for it?
story.
Where do I go look
Astro
for it?
theology. Just
Astro.
have a look at it. It has
Astro
nothing to do with
theology.
astro theology. Yeah, just look at
Afro, you'll find that in the woo section.
All right,
astro theology.
Astro
Afro, you'll find that in the woo section.
It doesn't even, there's nothing there really that can say that they're talking about. They have to show from the text that it actually doesn't need the allegory. There's nothing there really that can say that they're talking about. And whatever.
Like I said, it's just a story.
That but it is, no, but you still have to show from the text. Even if it's a story, show from the text that it is talking about this. That's the same.
Okay.
Show from the text that it uses certain figurative language. That's the same by persons. What figurative language in the text will indicate that it's talking about the sun, sky, it's talking about the heavenly body. Figurative language in the text, because otherwise people are just making up talking about the stuff.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Otherwise people are just making up the allegory stuff.
Trying to find a secret meaning of the Bible.
Yeah.
It's just that there are many verses that are suggesting that
like what? Give me an example.
It's just that there are many. Okay, I'll give you an example.
Let's do this one. While you're looking for that, since we don't have any Christians coming up, maybe I should sing you all a Christian song. Maybe that will bring them a Christian hymn. Huh?
While you're doing that, I'll get to the verse.
I should sing you. That's what I'm saying. While you are doing Christian song,
All right.
a Christian wanna
While you're doing that, I'll get to the
far
verse.
away. That's what I'm saying. While you are doing I know rugged cross, the emblem of suffering and shame.
Oh my gosh.
That old cross.
Sounds like something that they would sing. Yup. Make you feel better about being slaves. Yup. Yes.
We sang that on the day we did like that.
Did it make you want to partake? Did hearing that music make your heart just say, drink like this?
Facing the top of the unholy
Yeah. Ooh, that used to piss them off when I let that plate go by. I ain't drinking nothing of
Oh my God. And then we're
exchanging all rugged cross for a crowd.
Afro, that song just remind me of funeral. I hear this always in every funeral. That song just reminds
Afro, were you in the choir while you were there? Right. My mama was in the choir. I cannot hold a tune. I cannot.
What is the meaning of rugged cross? It says the old rugged cross, the emblem of suffering and shame, on which Jesus shed his blood for us, was marked with your name long before you were ever born. He died for you. Jesus shed blood for us. Red was marked for you long before you were ever born. Somebody say amen. He died for you. Jesus shed blood for us. Red
but that
was marked
song,
for you.
like it just summons the whole worthlessness while you're singing it. I mean, it brings the whole thing down. Like it's so solemn and sad while you're singing. Like, I mean, it brings the oh my God, to do that on a day of your week when you want to be recharged. It's just wild to do that on a day of your week when you want to be recharged.
Have you got it yet?
After what he was talking about, I saw a lot of those videos on YouTube with people talking all that movie stuff, right? And this is what I say I know what he's talking about because I've heard and I saw a lot of those documentary and all these movies actually thing on YouTube with people talk. You know, people is be on YouTube talking all kind of crazy stuff, right? But that doesn't mean they know what they're talking about. You know, there's a lot of them just be making stuff up. People talk. You know, the best thing to do when you're looking for research, right? Off of YouTube, right? And it have legitimate sites if you want to do Bible study, and legitimate sites from biblical scholars that you could go to. I'm not going to some random dude on YouTube talking crap, right? So like, they'll be talking so much on nonsense here.
Let me guess. These people that are going on YouTube, all right? The people that put their content, let me guess, Chioma, that they've got plenty of views on their videos, right? Let me guess, the YouTube, all right? They have put their content.
Some of them be with the chat that she keep on and set up beads and incense burning and they're talking all this crazy stuff. And once a lot of views. Some of them be with the chat that she keep on and set up beads and incense burning and they're talking all this crazy stuff.
Hey, Rainbow Rev. The Rainbow Rev. I love me some Rainbow Rev. Hey, Rainbow Rev. The Rainbow Rev. I love me some Rainbow Rev. Hey, Rainbow Rev. The Rainbow Rev. Set it.
All right. Yeah, I think some of the least, Malachi 4 verse 2, Psalm 84 verse 11. Let me be reading them out so that you'll see some of the least, Malachi 4 verse 2, Psalm 84 verse 11. Let me be reading them out so that you'll see some of the least, Malachi 4 verse 2, Psalm 84 verse 11. Let me be reading them out so that you'll see some of the least, Malachi Psalm 84 verse 11. Let me be reading them out so that you'll see some of the ladies. Psalm 84 verse 11. Let me be reading them out so that you'll see some of the ladies. There are about 10 verses where Christ was referred to as the sun and the sky. I'm bringing them out. I have like 5 here. I want to put all of them in the comment section as then I'll read them out. I'm bringing them out. It could be a one stuff like Chama said, but all of them alright, I'll read them.
Hold on. When you started talking, you were telling us that the Bible, they're referring to the sun. And now you've just said that it's 10 verses that refer to Christ as being the sun. That is not, that, in my opinion, is not sufficient. If there are only 10 verses that refer to Christ as the Son, then it is not sufficient for anyone to think that the Bible is talking about the Son and not Jesus. I just think that is just somebody who is trying desperately. They've decided that the Son is their own deity of choice. They want to worship the S-U-N, and that's fine, but they need some backing for it, and they need a text that the Bible, right? Because you can use the Bible to justify anything. You can look at the Bible and determine that the Bible is talking about pigs to justify, because the Bible does make a lot of reference to pigs. You can look at the Bible and determine that the Bible is talking about mustard seeds. There's a few verses that talk about mustard seeds. You can use the Bible to justify just about anything. So there's a few verses that's not cutting it for me. You can use the Bible.
I remember who it is to be saying now the Bible talks about the sun and stuff like that. It's the hotel people. It's the hotel guys who will be on YouTube talking all this thing and they're trying to mix the Bible into it and say they'll find it in the Bible here that the sun is the God and look in ancient Egypt, Ra. That is what it is. That is the hotel Bible. There's be on YouTube talking all that crap.
I just had a look. You said to look at astral theology. It says here that astral theology is the worship of stars and other heavenly bodies as deities. It is also known as astrolatry, which is often associated with polytheism. Astral theology is a branch of theology that combines space science, with systematic theology. It examines the theological, cultural, and ethical implications of space exploration. It examines the theological, cultural, and ethical implications of space exploration.
Why are you saying about 10 verses that you're about is not because...
Before you continue, are you a believer?
Why are you saying... No, like I said before, maybe...
Hold on one second. Before you continue, so are you an atheist? Are you a believer?
I don't believe in anything also. I don't even believe in anything.
Are you an atheist then?
He already told me earlier when he came in. He don't believe because he used to be a believer, but he turned away from that. So he's trying to find because there's as more that people who now come out are the church or stuff. They claim out or the beliefs and stuff. And there's, they're trying to find things, and so there's find all kind of people talking all kind of stuff, and he's just trying to find the right now. That's beliefs going on with him. And there's, they're trying to find things, and so there's find
anyway, that might be your deduction. I was never into that to start with. I never believed in it. Anyway, that might be your deduction. Yeah, I was just that I'm open-minded, alright? So I look at a whole lot of things. I don't have to believe in it, yeah. But I just said it so that people can explain. So I look at not that I'm a whole lot of things. I accept that yes, this is what this is actually talking about. Just like an open thought. You get what I mean?
Okay. Alright, I guess I just wanted to know if it was something like you maybe practiced before or...
No, not at all.
Okay, alright, no worries. No Christians in the chat. Come on, let's do the Christians if you're a Christian. Come up and let's talk about this. I'm going to have to leave soon to sort a couple of things out. But in the meantime, where are the Christians? Come up and let's talk about this.
Have you had a look at the Zodiac before?
Oh goodness. Not that, not the Zodiac.
Setting my sister into those things. I know about all these things. Not because I'm here and I was talking about
the Bible revolves around that. Many stories revolve around that.
I know it's
come on now, not the Zodiac. Now the Bible, earlier on the Bible revolves around the sun. Now it revolves around the Zodiac. You know what? You know what? The Bible revolves around the sun. Around my neck. Yes. How we do? Yes, around my neck. Oh, yes. Listen. When you read the Bible, it's my nyash that is the focus. I mean, we
Listen, bro, can I ask you a question for a moment?
Read the Bible, please. Go on.
In Genesis 1, if the Bible revolves around the sun, why was it not made till the fourth day? In Genesis 1, if the Bible revolves around the sun, and also, how can morning and evening happen without a sun and moon that weren't created till the fourth day? Morning and evening happen.
Well, that question will be directed to Christians who believe in the Bible. What I'm just saying is that the Zodiac is...
Sir, you made claims. The sun, you have to provide evidence for all those claims. You also said the Bible revolves around the sun. How can it when it wasn't even created at the same time that the earth was created? You also said the Bible revolves around the sun. How can it when it wasn't even created at the same time that the earth was created? Sir, I'm sorry. You also said
it's okay, sir.
How can it when it wasn't?
Like I said, I'm not even trying anything. I'm just pointing out the things that I have come across while reading the book of their story.
Pointing out pseudoscience bullshit that these Christians have said that has never been proven. Pointing out pseudoscience bullshit that these Christians have said that has never been proven.
A lot of things cannot.
Pointing out pseudoscience bullshit.
Christians
You
cannot.
can't,
Hold on, you can't say something is true without evidence backing it up,
A lot of
though.
things cannot. You're right.
You can't, hold on, you can't say something is true without evidence
So if
backing
it's
it up. Science, and it hasn't been proven, then it's fictitious bullshit.
Hold on, you can't say something is true without
And as was said in the chat earlier, nothing but woo-woo. Then it's fictitious bullshit.
Hold on, you can't say something is true without
I think you're right.
Was said
I
in the
want to
chat
ask you
earlier,
something.
nothing but woo-woo.
I want to ask you something. Alright, so you believe scientists will just make stuff up and say, well, this is true or just something. Say, yeah, you all have to believe in this because I said so. Alright, so you believe scientists will just make stuff up and say, well, this is true or just something. Say, yeah, you all have to believe in this because I said so.
I think you guys are coming on me because there's no Christians here for people to come.
I mean, don't let the actions.
I think you guys. I'm just saying things that Christians here.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but I have a question. Hey, I have a question. Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Okay, I don't mean to interrupt, but I have a question. Hey, I was ready to ask a question. Oh my goodness, there's no Christians here. Okay. But did we not already state that we were atheists at the beginning of the conversation? Okay. And it's the preacher's job not to convince we were atheists at the beginning others that do not believe in it to believe in it. Why would you need another Christian in the house in order to prove your point? To believe in it. Why would you need another That's just the things that go through my mind. Like I said, I'm an overthinker. I know.
You make complete sense. Why can't they prove something by themselves? Why do they always need backup?
I know.
You make complete sense. Why
You know,
can't
I
they
have
prove
been
something by
wondering that since
themselves?
the
Why
day
do
I
they
found
always need
TikTok.
backup?
I was on TikTok because I was being nosy for an assignment somewhere else. And now I'm addicted to the shit. Oh my goodness. Because I found the Afro AD and she's girl somewhere else. You should really spend more time. Oh, you already do. Let me be quiet. Here I go. Just telling everybody business again. Girl somewhere else. You should really spend more time. Oh, you already do. Let me be quiet. Here I go. Just telling everybody business again. Girl somewhere else. You should really spend more time. Oh, you already do. Let me be quiet. Here I go. Just telling everybody business again.
So I was just having a look at this whole astrotheology, and well, he's a renowned scholar. Not that I care too much about this whole what he's got to really. I do care about him, but not so invested. Hold on, I'm just looking at something that got to read about this whole astrotheology thing. Just give me a second. I'm just looking at something that got to read about this whole. He said that. Just give me a second. He said that. Where did I find it? I just saw it. He was saying basically that astrotheology, yes, it was a thing before, but to use astrotheology, he was saying to try and make sense of the Bible or the Gospels, that is some bullshit. But to use that's what he just said. Wait, hold on. Where did he go just now? All the Gospels, that is some bullshit. But to use that's what he just said. Wait, hold on. Where did he go just now? Give me a minute. That is some bullshit.
After I met people who use the Bible to justify all kind of stuff that not even in the Bible, I came across a vegan on Facebook that trying to tell me that is in the Bible all kind of stuff that not say we have to be vegan. I came across and then pull out some scriptures there and trying to force it to say we shouldn't be eating that not say. So people will find all kind of stuff in the Bible and try to justify all kind of stuff what they believe should feel like kind of crazy stuff.
Wait. I'm overthinking again, but we're animals on the planet, and there are other animals that eat meat. But we are not supposed to. But it tastes so good. It tastes so good. We are not supposed to.
So yes, I found it. It's Richard Carrier. No, and I'm sorry, I take that back. No, I don't mind Richard Carrier. There was someone else. So yes, so he said Carrier, no more astro, and I'm sorry, I take that back. No, I don't mind this article is titled Please No More Astrotheology and 9th of October. Oh, there we go. And this article it says astrotheology in general is not bullshit. In general, it is not. Oh, there we go. So it says many ancient religions use this, but astrotheological explanations of the origins of Christianity or the content of the gospel many ancient religions use BS. Astrotheological explanations that is of the origins of Christianity or the content of the gospel.
I have a sister into that. She has books and all kind of stuff and chart on the wall and stuff, and she believes the moon just makes you feel a certain type of way at a certain day in the month on the wall and stuff, and she believes the moon just makes you feel a certain type of way at a certain day in the month.
Cool. You gave me a new rabbit hole. Thank you so much. You can hear the background noise. My apologies. I'm a go. Thank you for my gifts. Much appreciated. Everybody enjoyed your day. The background noise. My apologies.
I'll see you later.
Thank you for my gifts. Much appreciated.
And we just snoop down inside that rabbit hole. She was saying, what's up in this rabbit hole today? And we just snoop down inside that rabbit hole. She was saying, what's up in this rabbit hole today?
Seti, I do appreciate that you're not a believer, but you know the same way we deconstruct these ideas, the Bible and everything, it's the same way we apply the same tactics with anything and everything. Someone comes along and says, as soon as you start, as long as it's a belief system, as long as it's a thing that some people believe, from the gate, we start, we apply skepticism so that we do not go back to where we are coming from, so that we don't fall back into the brainwashing and the indoctrination that we were in. So this is not an attack on yourself. It's just us questioning. It's just us trying to determine what is this, and if it doesn't make any sense, then there is no need to believe. But thank you though, because now I've learned something new. If it doesn't make sense, theology is actually a thing. So something new every day. Now I've learned something new.
Afro, you want to see them cringe on a rabbit hole? Get them to tell you exactly when Jesus was born. Afro, you want to see them cringe on a rabbit hole? Get them to
That's a whole another rabbit hole I fell into.
Afro, you want to see them cringe on a rabbit hole?
So when are they saying it was born?
Okay, so another rabbit hole. Herod the Great was trying to unalive all the babies in Bethlehem, correct?
When are they saying
Okay, so how can Jesus be born at year 0, how they say, when Herod unalived in 4 BCE? How can Jesus be born at year 0, how he had to be born before Herod unalived in 4 BCE? How can Jesus be born at year 0? He had to be born before Herod unalived. So typically, it would have had to be in between 4 BCE and 6 BCE. Well, 6 BCE and 4 BCE since time went backwards. Typically, it would have had to be in between 4 BCE and 6 BCE. Well, 6 BCE and 4 BCE
that is
since time went backwards.
We're talking about that is if he exists, that Jesus character is a thing.
You should have been in the argument I was in earlier of what age Mary was in the Gospels.
How old were they saying?
You should have been in the argument I was in earlier of what
They said she was a grown-ass adult. I'm like,
What?
Anyway,
Where'd you get that
how
from?
old are they saying?
You should have been in the army.
No, they listen. The
When they
only
said she
way
was a grown-ass
Mary
adult,
could have
I'm
been
like,
used for that
what?
crap
Where'd you get that from?
was because she was a child. If she was a grown adult, a grown adult will ask questions. A grown adult will be like, excuse me, sorry, you, uncle. If she was a grown Uncle Angel, you said what now? The only way that could have worked. Oh, Mary, we the heavenly bodies, we find you. What did they call her again? Favored. You're favored of all the women in the entire world. A 13, 14-year-old was saying, oh, favored. So nice. That is awesome. Oh, please, no.
But here's something else.
So nice.
The Bible says she was betrothed to Joseph. From my understanding, being betrothed is pretty much marriage without the ceremony yet. It was like Joseph. So, if God did impregnate her, then he typically committed adultery. Ceremony yet. It was like Joseph.
It's an adulterer.
God did impregnate her.
God is an adulterer. Congratulations. It's an adulterer. I tell you, if there is a hell, God is an adulterer. God will be the first one put in there. Because he's on crying. I tell you, if there is a hell, he'll be the first one in there. God will be the first one put in there. Because he's on crying. He'll be the first one in there. When Christians say to me, may God have mercy on you, I'll be thinking, wait, you mean your God that we should be having mercy on? Wait, your God needs to beg for mercy from us. We should be having mercy. No, your God cannot be having mercy on me. Not possible. Your God needs to beg for mercy from us. Be having mercy. Your God cannot be having mercy on me. Not possible. Your God needs to
It's very crazy.
from us. No, your God cannot be having mercy on me. Not possible. God needs to
Rainbow is very crazy. Yeah, it just does not add up. It's crazy. It's very crazy. And the thing is, the amount of this God's supposed to be crazy. And that's all smart, whatever. That's people gotta be making up shit. This God's supposed to be crazy to get around the problems that we see in culture. That's people gotta be making up shit. This God's supposed to get around the problems that we see in culture. That's people gotta be making up shit. This God's supposed to get around the amount of contradictions. And you're hearing contradictions. You can't even say no. Like God, we were dealing with the amount of contradictions. And you say, oh, it's scribal error. It's scribal error. No, it's not. It is one word. This whole sentence is large. That's me.
Well, I think Sati got confused. You know, when I come up, I was saying, oh, no, I don't know about the Bible, and I think I need somebody to teach me about the Bible. I think he gets, you know, he maybe takes it serious, but I've been an atheist since 12 years old, so, you know, like, yeah, I know all this crap. I don't believe in it at all. I just truly, I think he may be saying, like, you know, she maybe need some guidance or something. I don't know. Yeah, I know all this crap. I don't believe in it at all. I just truly, I think he may be saying, like, you know, she maybe need some guidance or something. I don't know.
You going like later on?
I don't believe in it at all. I just truly, I think he may be saying, like, you know, she maybe need some guidance.
Yeah,
you going like later on? You don't know what time, because if you're sure what time or that.
Yeah, I'm just bringing a couple of things now when I'm done.
You don't know what time, because if you're sure.
No, you need to show me this XP thing. Yeah, I'm just bringing a couple of things now when I'm done. And is the XP? Yeah, with the XP, show me this XP. You know the way we have
yeah.
And is it possible to do that, or what? Or do I have my you know the way we have
remember I told you that the
and is it possible to do that, or what? Or do I have
call in, but you have to do it through Skype. Remember I told you that.
No, what I mean is it like the way you're doing it? Can we share? not share, but can I, like, no, what I mean is, I can, you know, like the way you're doing it, like a scene,
Right.
on not share, but can I, like, no, what I mean is, I can, you know, like the way you're find out, see,
Right.
please find out. Find out? Yeah, I know. I know that's one. Please find out. And that other, the downloader, I still have the link. Yeah, oh, wow, that thing. I know. It's been a long one.
Download
And that other, the downloader, I still
videos,
have
right?
the link. Yeah, wow, that thing.
Yeah. So you don't have to be downloading browser to go on videos this and that. You just download and put it in a folder that you can get access.
If you have any technical
Download and put it in a
with online anything on your computers. Online.
Yeah, and right now, if you check, I am actually streaming to the Mighty CSS channel on YouTube. And right now, if you check, I am actually, I was getting the same feedback I got the last time, but then the Mighty CSS, I realized it was the, I got sorted out because I got sorted out before. I was getting the same feedback I got the last time, I got it sorted out again because I realized it was the, I got sorted out because I got sorted out.
What about
Right, I wanted to talk to you about that when next week Saturday, I don't know if we can right, I wanted to talk to him what time when so that he's available. We can do that. Yeah, have that interview. So I will type in the messenger chat. And have that interview. So get that going.
You know Mubarak is being released, right?
Yeah.
Mubarak. Salah.
Oh yes, I heard that. I was so happy.
You know Mubarak is being released, right? Shout now. But there's someone in jail right now.
I was so happy.
For he burnt the Quran.
Oh yeah.
But there's someone in jail. He's a TikToker.
Oh,
no, he's on Yoruba. They usually speak in Yoruba. So for burning the Quran, he's in jail now. They usually speak in Yoruba. So for burning
in northern Nigeria or
in jail now. They usually speak in Yoruba. So this part of
Nigeria or
you know Nigeria has blasphemy laws. So
wow.
This part of
Because there was one way. I was wondering if it was the northern part of Nigeria, like the whole part. Yes, it was the northern part that he got arrested. But it was so burning a piece of paper, it shows you how fickle different religions are. So burning and how fickle their God are, because any God requires some so-called all-powerful mighty deity, requires human beings to fight for him. So-called all-powerful mighty deity. It shows you how weak human beings that God is.
I was on the live earlier on. They say God is a man.
They show you how
I was on the live earlier on and they said God is a man. I was on the live earlier on. They said God is a man. Yeah? I was on the live earlier on and no, it's one of these Yoruba lives. The Christians that were coming after this asked the question. No, it's one of these Yoruba. They said, oh, let me tell you the response. The response they gave was, when Jesus came down, what did Jesus say about his father? He said, oh, did he not address his father as our heavenly father? And for them, what did not say about to determine that Jesus is a man? I said, oh, and I said, Jesus is a man, so you know. Does he have defining attributes? Most will not be read to say, oh, I'm not here to debate with you. All I know is that Jesus said, no, let me leave him amidst that argument.
User in the comment section said the new Bible will have Marcus Garvey in it. User in the comment section said the new Bible will have Marcus Garvey in it. But you're confused. User in the comment section said the new Bible will have Marcus Garvey in it. But you're confused.
It's crazy how people
User in the comment section said the new Bible will have Marcus Garvey in it. But you're confused.
It's crazy how you operate, and then people when asked to defend their position, what they say they can't even defend it to their heart. They go on to this thing, and then when asked blah 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 blah, what they say they can't even defend it to their heart. After they go on to this thing, and then blah blah blah, what they say God is the man that heard from outside of the and it's all based on patriarchy. That's from outside of the
Phil, I need to go to dinner. Yeah. Phil,
say when you're going, just send
what are you doing?
Cutting some garlic. Say when you're going, just
are you cooking?
What are you doing?
Prepping, okay. All right. Yeah, thank you. Are you cooking? Prepping. What's Choma, what are you cooking? Thank you. What's Choma cooking?
Well, yeah, I'm going to make some veggie rice and stuff, and I'm going to put beef in the rice. Yeah, yes, veggie rice. Yeah. I'm going to make some veggie rice and stuff.
Veggie rice.
Put beef in the rice. Yeah.
All right.
Yes, veggie rice. I'm going to make some veggie rice and stuff.
Veggie rice.
Bye bye.
All right.
Yes, veggie rice.
About Christians which Ten Commandments. Yeah, that you subscribe to. About Christians which Ten Commandments. Yeah, you need to explain yourself. Yeah, that you subscribe to. Yeah, you have not gotten any good answers today at all.
I still waiting for a good Christian to come up and teach me the Bible, because I don't know this Bible. And right now it's atheist people teaching me the Bible, and they know a lot about the Bible. So I'm going to convert to atheism. I go to the church of atheism. Right now it's atheist people teaching me the Bible, and they know a lot about the Bible. So I'm going to convert to atheism. I go to the church of atheism. People teaching me the Bible, and they know a lot about the Bible. So I'm going to convert to atheism.
Failing their God. First Peter 3.
Oh, and by the way, user, the reason why I'm laughing and I see a form I say I have to have critical thinking skill. Like if you know me, yes, I have critical thinking skill. But you're calling people in history that exist. Yes, they were freedom fighters, right? But the thing is, Jesus in the Bible is not real. He was a made-up person. So saying how you got to Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and calling out all these people, right? And you say they're going to put them in the Bible. Come on. Come on. Be serious. Come on, right? Because you know the Bible. Come on. Come on. Be serious. Unless you go and make up your own Bible and your own church, that is a different story now. Come on. Come on. Be serious. Unless you go and make up your own Bible and your own church, that is a tough freedom fighter. Unless you go and make up your own Bible and your own church, there's a tough freedom fighter.
Of Israel, and then he called a Phoenician.
Unless you go and make up your own Bible and your own church, there's a tough freedom fighter.
Of Israel, and then he called a Phoenician.
Unless you go and make up your own Bible and your own church, there's a tough freedom fighter.
Of Israel.
Yeah, I'm not a critical thinker, right? I'm not a me is big mumu. Yeah, I'm not a critical thinker, right? I'm not a me is big mumu. I'm not a critical thinker, right? I'm not a me is big mumu. I'm not a critical thinker.
So there are no Christians in the chat at all.
I'm not a critical thinker.
Christians, your First Peter 3:15 says, "Be always ready to give a good reason for the hope that is within you, and the gentleness, and meekness, and kindness." First Peter 3:15 says, "Be always ready to give a study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth." 3:15 says, "Be always ready to give a study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed." Maybe everybody in here is not Christian or a believer or follower of the God. Maybe everybody in here is Bible is not Christian or a believer.
I told you to come up because if you have proof,
because it's not common saying
historical. You have to have historical and archaeological evidence of this man existing, and they have all the evidence that they have no proof of him ever existing. They only have proof of him being in a book, but they don't have any physical proof of the man ever existing anyway in history. So if you have the proof, right, you can come up and give us the proof. Just give us the proof and don't tell me, oh, go read this Bible verse as proof. Yes, that's the point, right? It only exists in a book. So come and give us, because we have proof. We have proof that Marcus Garvey exists. We have proof that Martin Luther King exists. They literally have the clothes, right, in museum. So come on, they have pictures of Martin Luther, photographs of them. They have all this, right? Right, in museum. So but this character you're talking about, they have no archaeological finding of that person. They have archaeological finding of people that existed thousands of years ago, even before the Bible. They have that archaeological finding of a million years ago of people existing, right? And have pharaohs and stuff that have these findings of them and stuff. Their bodies, everything. That DNA evidence of people existing. We don't have any evidence of that person. It only exists in a book. Right? That is like me saying fairies exist and tell you to believe that fairies exist. But we have no evidence of fairies, right? That is like me saying fairies exist.
Even though
to believe that fairies exist. But we have no evidence of fairies, right?
For Christianity, where people were being there in fairies and elves.
For Santa Claus. And I'm like, who the hell believe in Santa Claus? I don't like the comment section talking about Santa Claus.
In fairies.
I like talk about Santa Claus. It's a guy in the comment section was talking about Santa Claus. He said how they created Santa Claus. Right? And then talk about Santa Claus. It's a guy in the comment section was talking about Santa Claus. He said how they created us to believe in Santa Claus to take us away from Jesus. I'm like, who the hell believe in Santa Claus?
You know?
Like, my daughter was a child and she didn't even believe in Santa Claus. Come on, you tell me she's a grown man thinking people are grown adults believe in Santa Claus. Okay, come on, you tell me she's a grown man thinking people are grown adults believe in Santa Claus.
Nicholas, apparently, there's records that he existed, but not necessarily Santa Claus, but he did exist. There's no records at all. Actual records or Santa Claus, but they're outside records. There was a bishop called St. Nicholas. The records or Santa Claus, who contended with
Santa Claus creator. Yeah, which Santa Claus creator was created around St. Nicholas. But does it have a man in his top school with some flying reindeers and stuff with elves making gifts? No.
Jesus born every day. What? Like it said, Jesus is born every day. Facts. No, sir, it's not that.
I told him to come up and talk about what he's talking about. Can you keep in the comment section talking? Yeah, it could be a lady. I don't know who it is.
It's not common sense, sir. Common sense is not so common. Common sense is common foolishness.
If it is the same, Jesus is born every day. Facts. Give me evidence that Jesus is born every single day. You're just saying things.
It has nothing to do with closed mind, sir. This is critical thinking. Critical thinking. You know what the problem is with some of the old people? That way you speak BS, you want to say people's minds are closed. But we suss out the BS, sir, or ma'am, or the bullshit meter right now is way in the red. Deep red. Yes, sir. Or ma'am. Has nothing to do with closed minds. This is a thinking mind. You know, open mind means that you are thinking. Critical thinking. This is a thinking mind. You know, yes, I be a more critical thinker than you if you can go to say common sense. That shows me you are not critical thinker. You know, yes, I be a more critical thinker than you if you are a moo to say common sense.
Yeah, use a critical thinker, but you have no evidence for anything. So
yeah, critical thinkers need evidence.
I just ask for evidence that Jesus is born every day. You tell me every single day Jesus is born and pass out and then born the next day. Like, where's the evidence of this? You're just talking nonsense at this point. Yeah, as I said, block them in a while because they're not going to come up and talk well. Yeah, what they're talking about and explain themselves. Yeah, but still just block them because they're just talking nonsense in the comments. And explain themselves. Yeah, but still just block them because they're just talking nonsense in the comments.
Crazy. And if they had the lame user, it means that they got blocked very likely for nonsense on TikTok and spreading misinformation. And if they had the lame user,
that might be a boyfriend. That may be a boyfriend, Ross. Create a fake account to come back out.
But no, this one got 205 followers. This person got 205.
Yeah. The boyfriend could get 205 followers. Harass, people he's stalking. The boyfriend could get 205 followers.
Will set you free? Common sense set you free. Common sense is the excuse people who don't critically think give for claims that they don't have evidence for. The excuse people who don't critically think sad. For wow, that you don't have evidence for.
The book common sense, but there are people right now in America that think chocolate milk come from brown cow, and they must say the same thing as common sense. Trust me, bro. Sense, but there are people right now in America that think chocolate milk come from brown cow, and they must say the same thing as common sense. Trust me, bro.
I gotta get back.
It has to come from brown cows.
Wow. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Well. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Well. Let me see here.
You feel it literally in the name, like if they had common sense, they would have figured out it's named chocolate milk because they put the chocolate in the milk.
Oh, sure. Right.
You feel it literally in the name. But no, they hear chocolate milk and like, oh, it has to come from Broncos. It's the Broncos milk because they put the chocolate in the milk. But no, they hear chocolate milk and like, oh, it has to come from Broncos. It's the Broncos chocolate in the milk.
I tell you. Yeah, well, it's already blocked them already. I tell you. Yeah, well, I was going to. It's already blocked them already. I tell you. I was going to bring up. I was going to. It's already blocked them already. I tell you. Bring up a thing needed to bring up. I was going to. It's already blocked them already. I tell you. Let me see here. Bring up thing you to bring up. I was going to. Sorry, block them already. Let me see here. I bring up thing to bring up. I was going to. Sorry, block them already. Let me see here. I bring up to bring up. I was going to. Sorry, block. Wow. Let me see here. Oh, there it is. I didn't even realize it was back down here already. Oh, there it is. Hey, look, look my screen.
Yeah, I see it. I just seen a big hat. Hey, we're thinking. Yeah. Oh, that's very fine. I can't see that part on top of me thinking. We're thinking. Yeah. Oh. That's very fine. I can't see that part of us thinking. Hey, but yeah.
Let the brain see the heart.
Hey, but Kofi now fine enough that it have big grown adults. That think chocolate milk come from brown cow. We come across them super think chocolate milk come from brown cow. Just like remember the man who was on my live from Guyana, who come up on my live and say how the meat make out of cheese. He's like, well, we always know the egg make out of cheese. That is what they always told us that. Like, who the hell tell you? Who come up on my live and say I know I didn't learn that in school. And that's a big grown 60-something-year-old man. When I was in the age, he say 65. Right? And he think the moon in the sky is made out of cheese. And that's a big grown 60-something-year-old man. When I was in the age, then you ask, where will this get cheese from? The moon in the sky is made out of cheese.
Murder.
When I was in the age, then you ask, where will this get cheese from?
Oh my God. I got it, Reggie.
Don't feed them sell a rocket ship. It feed them sell a rocket ship up in the moon there. And they cut out a piece and they put it and bring it back. We have cheese. This is road 65 ship. It feed them sell a rocket ship up in the moon there. And they cut out a piece and they put it and bring it back. We have cheese.
And the thing is, they have no excuse. These are things that they can check on the phone. They can check on the phone using the internet and check on their phone, their devices. These are things that they can. They have no excuse. Check on they don't have internet. Oh my God, their phone, their devices. These are things that they can. They have no excuse. Check on they don't have.
They come from the Trust Me Bro college.
Oh my God, bro college. These are things that. Oh my goodness,
they come from the Trust Me Bro
college. The live here now. Oh my goodness. I've been going for 4 hours.
They come from the Trust Me Bro.
And the live here. Good chat. Good. Content. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And I'm going to end off with the. You don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Thank you, everyone. Don't leave yet. Hold on. Let us finish off with this. And the other. Don't leave yet.
Oh, hear me. All pay heed. The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 15. All pay heed. The Lord. 10 commandments for all